We have the initial results, 35 people. We're just waiting on Mr. T here.
Hi.
You want to sit up here so you can be on camera?
Sure. I'm wondering, hey Michael, I'm wondering if I should try and do the Ramsey service.
Well, you can take what, we're going to talk about what we put out, the quick and dirty, and then, I mean, that's all for discussion today. Michael has some thoughts too that he wants to share with everybody based on the conversations you have with the commissioner in a number of different ways. So we'll get through the minutia of other stuff and get to the heat of the stuff, which is supported employment. Yay!
How many people on?
We've got about 30, give or take, yeah.
Those people?
Mm-hmm.
Those things.
Okay, we'll do it. Actually, if you give me the mouse. Alrighty. Chris is on. Right, Miss Chris and Bill, are you there? Chris is on Cisco, which means
What does that mean?
it's a system that
She felt very fond of it, it sounded like.
yes, but it unfortunately is doing a wicked echo, so she's only going to be able to get on when she really has something that she needs to say. Otherwise, we will, as
Echo, echo, echo.
Jim just said, we will be experiencing some 60s. Back to
Cheech and Chong.
Cheech and Chong. For those who understand that.
That was a good impression.
Been there. No, sorry. Well, welcome everyone. We'll open up this meeting. I'm going to try not to talk too much, which will be a phenom in this drawer, because I had dental work this morning and I'm talking a lot and I'm drooling, so I apologize. Luckily, in this sense, Steve, you don't have to worry.
However, you have to worry.
So we are not going to do a hello to everybody on the phone, but if you do end up having something to say, we would greatly appreciate you introducing yourself when you speak. I heard Caitlin say that she's open to everyone's speakers, so we would ask that you mute your own phone appropriately while we present whatever it is we need to present, but there's a need for discussion today, so although you're not physically in the room, we do hope that you will share your thoughts and comments around this, because the December meeting of this council has traditionally been and will again today be about giving you updates and in essence a state of the state, but then looking to specifically work with you all to decide what is the 2017 agenda for work group work, for advocacy, for whatever it is that you all expect NYSRA to be doing for you as relates to employment services to people with disabilities. So
It seems very quiet. Are you guys hearing us?
we're just all muted. They're
Okay.
They're behaving.
Well, you said all the mics were open, so usually hear something.
I know. We finally, they've all learned how to do it, Steve, and that's good.
How many
Okay.
years has it taken?
And I still
Please mute the line, *6.
I know.
*6.
Actually, I was on a call the other day, you guys. I mean, with the state's call-in numbers, there are actually a *5. *5 and *5 to mute and unmute, not a *6.
I need to keep it straight.
Yeah, exactly. Please, I just finally got *6. Now I got this.
That could get you in trouble.
Yep. So, to kick off this meeting today, I figured we'd just do a few general updates for people and also hear from you guys as WIOA continues to flow, which is obviously our federal folks telling us that we have to do business differently. New York still has its plan for a plan. They have had one more meeting since the last time we all met, and I, unfortunately, because of some personal things, couldn't meet with Vicki and Lisa Van Ryn from Access VR, Vicki Gray, but we are rescheduling, so once I get some more updates, I'd be happy to share with the group. But it's all moving slowly because, of course, with all the changes in Washington, nobody's making commitments to do much of anything right now. But our colleagues at NYSRA are working with us on a more regular basis. So I just wanted to share, this is just a snapshot of their, what they call the Buzz newsletter of things that are happening. And there were 2 articles in there that I wanted to bring to your attention, and I'd be happy if anybody's interested in learning more about it to just give me, send me an email, and I'll be happy to send you links about it. But we're not at liberty to share the newsletter formally. It's for members only, and but that doesn't mean I can't share good stuff that's in it. And so one of the articles is about the U.S. Department of Labor Training and Employment Notice 2216, which is a availability on a website of open source educational resources to train adults for occupations in 16 high demand fields, including manufacturing, healthcare, energy, and information technology. Want to do that?
Yeah.
You can.
I'm mostly this way, so.
You can do it there.
That's you. See that yourself.
There we go. So, and again, I pulled this up because of the work that we're doing with transformation and work centers, the fact that we are connected through the work center transformation with the MEPs, the Manufacturing Enterprise Partners, and Fuse Hub, which is a state initiative around helping small and medium-sized manufacturing companies come back to life. So here is a actual website, www.skillscommons, all one word, capital S-K-I-L-L-S, commons.org, and it's educational resources. So if you're considering a transformation plan that includes training of adults in different ways, this might be a source for you of free information to get. And like I said, if you're interested and want more about the specifics about it, pat@nyrehab.org, and I'll be happy to send you more information. In addition, Governor Cuomo announced $2.6 million for free apprenticeship funds. Here he again is looking at the need to train people and exposure to trades, including construction and manufacturing. So we are working with them directly, Michael and Melinda Mapp, the exec there. If you
That's what I was looking for.
So this
Doing
is
slide?
Nope, it's still there.
Pat, that will flow through New York City Department of Labor?
I believe so, yes. And so I know.
So RFP out yet or not yet?
No, once a pre-apprenticeship is graduated into a registered apprenticeship program, they will be connected to a state-funded project leveraging contracts including the LaGuardia Airport and Penn Station redevelopment. So to get young people involved with and invested in building their communities.
Okay,
So
so the simple explanation, it's before a regular apprenticeship.
yes, this program is targeted to serve young people out of school and living in poverty. And we unfortunately know how many people with disabilities are living at the poverty level. So it's to target the 18 to 24-year-olds, which is part of our WIOA initiative and the refocus. And so he's actually putting dollars aside. The following request for proposals announced in July 6, training providers will actually receive these funds. So the funds are out, and it looks like it's down mostly in New York City. So it's focused on LaGuardia Airport and Penn Station. So redevelopment activities. So
And it's we owe money.
yeah. It's so remember in the WIOA they had to shift at least 15% of the funding towards students that were age 18, youth. I can't use students, youth, because it's 18 to 24-year-olds. So that money is out. And like I said, again, if you'd like more information, please stay. But I know that, right, Michael? I don't know if you want to comment on the work that we've been doing with NYSRA and her Melinda's advocacy around trying to get established some training funds, because everybody's all about providing support once you get a job, because we were a place and train kind of a state, and now with more emphasis in WIOA around building capacity and youth and that, NYSRA has put it out there that there's not money is set aside to do. It happens in the high school, but it doesn't certainly happen for the kids with disabilities. So
what they're trying to do here is kind of land a hook, if you will, in the Governor's Regional Economic Development Council process, where he's created a competition, if you will, and what they want to do is build into that competition a separate type of competition and carve out some resources specifically for workforce development, which I think is actually quite a wise approach here. It has been, I think, desperately lacking in many of the types of economic development conversations that have been taking place. So I'm quite supportive of this idea, and I think that there's also a nice place for us in that arena, should we be successful in actually getting a carve out there, you could actually talk about including populations of people like those who are targeted in GLS. So I like where they're going with this, and
and especially with it being focused on manufacturing and the transformation that's taking place over the next 3.5 years with work centers. If you're an entity that has a work center, it's a small or a medium-sized manufacturing center, and this is all focused on manufacturing trades. So we are actually going to be chatting with Everton Henriquez, who's been our lead contact to Fuse Hub around the transformation projects, and identify with him where he plays with all this, and maybe we might even have a faster slide-in versus just waiting for the advocacy stuff that we've been talking about with NYSRA. So it's kind of neat and different, I mean, it's a little bit out there, but we're not getting anywhere with stuff we got right now, and just using Medicaid. So that's the news on that front. Hi, Kate.
Anyone have any questions or thoughts on this particular type of initiative? It really is very interesting if you can kind of look to see how you might be able to work with schools, individuals that might be able to benefit from a pre-apprenticeship type program. When you think about some of the things that the new administration in Washington may be looking at as far as more skill development to be able to fill jobs that can't be necessarily filled by the workforce that they believe exists now.
Are those dollars just...
Again?
That's it.
go ahead, Ed.
Can you hear me, Pat?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
I just had a question as to whether or not the dollars were only targeted towards those two things, Penn Station, LaGuardia, downstate, or are they looking at other possibilities that one could apply for?
I think those are examples.
Those are examples. I didn't do the click here, but if you send me a note, I'll click here and I'll make sure I give you the whole article, okay?
Great, thank you.
Can we distribute this to everybody or no?
Yes. We can't distribute the letter.
But we can click here.
Absolutely.
We'll distribute the click here to everybody that's on this
Yep, absolutely. And
call.
I'm showing this too. It's later on the agenda, but it plays into the conversation that also has taken place with the Advocates for Children of New York. NYSRA has been an active member of this coalition, and if you recall, some of you were involved in doing some telephone calls with one of their lead researchers about career and technical education. This document has just been released. We are credited with being part of it. So it's called Obstacles and Opportunities, Creating Career and Technical Education Pathways for Students with Disabilities. So it's one of the documents that I will be sending to Melinda Mack at NYSRA in hopes that we can, because last year's budget actually had a set aside of $1 million for career and technical education access for students with disabilities. That money has yet to be expended. So we're wondering and hoping it's going to show back up or at least be reallocated. Put that together with this. We're building a package here that could create some real neat opportunities for students in schools before they even reach 18 to get the initial stuff, then do pre-apprentice, then go to apprentice. It's all well and good to talk about STEM and to talk about technology, but forgive me, we still need carpenters and plumbers and electricians. And we're still building things and not just with 3D printers. So we need to think about that. So take a moment to read this if you have questions, or I want to tie this together to future discussion for 2017 and revitalizing our youth work group. So we may want to take a peek at that. So if you are listening, yes, go ahead.
Pat, this is Marty. For a number of years up in Ithaca, we had a pre-apprenticeship program.
Oh, cool.
And I think this is probably more about, sort of the small city, rural nature of our area. But we had a lot of difficulty. We had some people who went through the pre-apprenticeship program, but then when it came time for the apprenticeships, so much of it happened, in other cities for the training, and transportation was always an issue, and people would not necessarily have the transportation to go to Elmira, go to Syracuse, go to Binghamton, where the training was happening. So probably not an issue, or if this is happening in New York City, but just for those people who are outside of large cities where all of the apprenticeships and the work is probably may be accessible by public transportation. Just think about it in terms of the people that you're working with, and at least for us, if people don't have access to a car, they're not getting to where the training and the work is going to be.
Right. So that would have to be thought through with whatever proposal you might be thinking of submitting, of what those steps would be. Is that what you're kind of advising on here?
Yes, yes, and we were just tying people into existing training, but that was just one of the barriers people ran into.
Good point, and I will also raise that with Melinda as she's doing the advocacy that she's doing around this kind of work, to not forget in rural areas the need for the transportation to be part of whatever the training stipends might be or something like that, because
and this isn't just for people with disabilities, because we were having our folks from our DSS and SNAP programs go through that, but many of them, if they've been out of work until they have regular employment, they're not going to be able to afford a car. So it's kind of, the chicken and egg type of thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, any other comments, thoughts? Otherwise, we'll move on.
Are we staying with any more WIOA topics, or coming back to anything later?
No, we're keep going.
We're staying on WIOA?
Right here, yeah. Next one up is, again, an invitation from NYSRA to our members around participating in their Advocacy Academy. Jim Scott and Wally Hart have both participated, shared their testimonials for you. We have till Friday if you are still interested in submitting an application. It is an amazing whirlwind of information on how to be affordable, good advocate around employment support. So I just put this in here. There is no cost to you. It's your time, and it is a time commitment. There's homework and things to get done, but I think if you want to touch base with either Jim or Wally to get a sense before Friday, it's well worth the time if this is your passion, is to be an advocate. So
is there like some special meeting, or
it's a set
online?
No, you physically have to show up. The NYSRA members are involved, so you're working together with one-stop staff from all over the state as well. So it's a combination of things, and with WIOA now needing to have a focus, saying to labor, refocus and pay more attention to people with disabilities, and for our field to really need to start paying attention to what labor is talking about. You can't touch what Melinda offers in this advocacy thing. I wish I had the time to do it. So.
Is Jim on the phone today?
I don't think so. Jim, are you on the phone? Or Wally? I don't think Wally is. Wally doesn't typically.
Either of them, but Pat, we actually sent out the schedule of what it really was going to entail when we shared the information previously. So if you want, I can forward that email over to all the registrants so everybody can see what's involved with it.
All right, that'd be fantastic. Thank you, Kate.
Yep, no problem.
Oh, multifaceted group. Love it. Okay, so, and please feel free to ask questions if you have any.
Anyone on the phone ever participated? No?
No, we had 4 people participate the last time. This is only the second time.
Okay,
this is the second time we've been invited.
Brand spanking new. Okay.
Yeah, but it is, they go over federal stuff, they go over state stuff, they talk about, how it all, the politics of things, who plays where, all that kind of stuff, and help you write. Even you have to actually do a plan around your own advocacy stuff. So, and it's a neat interaction, like I said, between labor specialists and rehab specialists, at least for the gentleman that participated and one gal from her ARC. Okay, just a plug.
Can you hear us now? It's Chris.
We can.
Okay. Sorry about that. The Cisco system failed, so we had to go to the laptop.
Okay. Well, we're glad you're back. All right. Another announcement, just again, because we're talking about, trying to fill gaps and different kinds of things, but Ticket to Work, they're coming up on December 21st, is this webinar on debunking the 3 biggest myths about disability benefits and work. A lot of the organizations that are in the form of Transformation for Your Work Center are talking about creating benefit specialists and understanding this. This might be a really good place for you guys to start to kind of get a sense of how much do I really need to know. Should I be maybe working with an independent living center? You know, these are the really nitty-gritty kind of things, but it doesn't go into the level of detail that the training that, you know, Case or others might be offering at this point in time, but at least would give you a sense as a manager, what do we know, what do we really need to know, and certainly reinforcing Ticket to Work. And the NYS system, NYS is definitely a huge part of Employment First activity that's happening under the Employment First Commission. It is not a mandate yet, but I'm warning you guys, it's coming. It's coming soon. So as you're revisiting and figuring out how to manage all these employment supports, please revisit Ticket to Work and using the NYS system if you're not already there. Andy Carhan and his staff are literally teaching people one agency at a time if you need it. We just had an experience with Skylar, Arc of Skylar, and now they're, I think, all pretty much set up to go. There's other colleagues, I know you use it, Steve, on a regular basis with your staff, so there's organizations that have already set it up. If you need assistance to kind of figure that out, please feel free to just send me an email and I will make sure to find someone to kind of mentor you through it if you want to know that.
Has this announcement gone out to everybody, or
Yeah.
can it maybe be resent again?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Because it really is very valuable and easy way to get some info.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a link on the website?
Mm-hmm.
Nice website.
I think so. If not, we can put it
So
there.
it's like you need to register. So.
Yeah, that's really that when you get the thing. It's yeah. The click here to register that you see. That's why this is all done electronic for you. If you do that, you can literally go ahead and to do that. I will be joining it because I'm learning.
Just to clarify, the PDF that was sent out in the email,
question.
you can click it in there and it'll open up to it. Sorry, Pat.
All right, perfect. Question. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know whether or not, I mean, Goodwill is an EN, so we're not using the administrative EN through NYS. But one of the things I've noticed in Ticket to Work is the erratic nature of payments. That we got a check the other day for payments going back to 2012, 2013. And I was curious as to whether or not other employment networks were experiencing that instability, that erratic payment schedule, and two, whether or not it was limited to employment networks other than the administrative employment network. Steve, anything on your end?
Are you part of the OMH through New York State?
No.
You stayed independent?
Yeah.
We're independent.
Yeah, our payments are not as consistent as we would like, and the reconciliation, no, we're through OMH.
Okay.
We got into the state system, and so, yeah, no, it's not as, the info does not flow as frequently as one would like. Yesterday we actually did have a reconciliation because they came down for a different purpose, and we kind of got updated info, but it's not consistent and it's not frequent enough.
Are you going back to 2012 though?
I don't think we're going that far back. No.
This is Marty. We are both an independent EN, but we also have staff that work through NYS in conjunction with our one-stop center. Both are erratic, and I think, and there are a multitude of reasons. Despite everything that we do to have people report their earnings, we've had situations where people have not done that, and it's taken anywhere from 18 months to 2 years for Social Security then to catch up with that. Locally here in Tompkins County, there has been there has been a real slowdown in refilling positions at Social Security, and our local Social Security office has been very, very slow at entering information that is reported to them. And right now we are they're easily 4 to 6 months behind in that sort of reporting, which not only slows down our payments, but also creates havoc for the individuals involved because they give the information to Social Security, but it's not being factored into how much money is then being paid to them if they're still getting benefits. So, so that's another thing just to check on as well.
As from on the outside, and
Social Security still checking?
Is Maximus still involved?
That's what I was just.
Is Social Security cross-checking everything we send?
Does Maximus cross-check it for you?
Yeah, we are as an independent, we're not independent. We're working through NDI, through agents. So they are doing a lot of the checks and the technical work for us.
So, you know, those that work with the state, maybe we can check with Andy Carhan a little bit. And anyone else that's on the call?
I would request maybe that.
Go ahead, Ed.
Eddie, go ahead.
No, I was
Anyone
going to
else
say, is Andy calling in today or participating at all?
No, he's traveling today. I couldn't get him.
So I was just going to say that I'm going to check with Andy on that.
Okay.
Okay, so that I'm going to check with Andy on that issue a little bit and wonder whether or not if Andy is, I mean, if he says I'm aware of this problem and it's been dragging on for a long time, whether or not there might be a role for NYSRA in sort of doing some advocacy with Social Security Administration and I don't know what connection you may have with them directly or indirectly or through our elected representatives, but my seeing a check that goes back to 2012, 2013 basically says to me that if their original intent on some level was to involve employers, Marriott Corporation just as an example, to become ENs and to hire people with disabilities and that they would get money out of it, that's a pretty discouraging incentive when you're waiting years to see money. Even if
Sure.
you're quote-unquote cross-checking it, let's say, with the IRS, you know what I mean, and Social Security to see whether or not it matches the pay stubs that we're submitting, you know what I mean? But, I mean, that's just ridiculous.
You know, what we could try to do is maybe get like a bigger update on where Ticket to Work is today, you know, what the improvements have been,
We
what
can
the lack of
set
improvements.
that up as a webinar. That Andy would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
This is
Anyone else?
Marta from Milne.
Yes, go ahead, Marta.
We found that even the data at NIS has not even.
Can't hear you.
Hold on, I'm waiting for.
Technical problems.
Yes. Let me-
Just glad we're not the only ones.
Okay, you moved. Okay. We thought, even the data that we're entering at NIS, when I look at the reports and things like that, it doesn't seem to even be matching the data that we put in. I know that they offered us to go through and do a reconciliation. I haven't gotten back to do it. We are definitely, we're putting in data there. The payments are definitely erratic. They do come way back. I'm constantly being asked to, to provide information of like, so that we can budget for it, but there's just no rhyme or reason. Even 2012, so then there's the next one, the next quarter of that. It just seems to be that some of them are earlier than that, they're later. It seems to be all over the place. But I'm really concerned about the amount of data, like even the number of placements don't seem to match what we're putting into the system. And that goes out to those statewide reports, and it's supposed to be like our report card of services and things like that.
It's supposed to be cross-checked through the Department of Labor.
Okay.
So is there supposed to be a really official cross-check on that? Anyone else on the phone involved in the NICE wants to share? Going once?
Hello.
Yeah.
You got it, go.
So we're involved in both NICE and the ticket. We've been involved for about since April. Stephen Crown, sorry.
You don't sound like Stephen Crown.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
Oh, so we've been involved since April. We haven't got a payment yet. Andy keeps telling us any day now. He said about 6 months at the earliest. So we're 8 or 9 months into the process. It's not a difficult process, nor is the NIAS process difficult, and Andy and company have been relatively friendly. We're putting a lot of data in. We wish, like the other person who spoke earlier, that we would get some information back that was reliable. We're trying to match this up with some stuff, Steve, that we're doing with Metascat in terms of tracking people and attendance and comparing. our employment stuff to our billing stuff, and that has not been as we haven't been able to really do that yet. But we're hoping that that will happen. And as Pat has said often, you got to be in it to win it. So we're in it. Hopefully, we'll see a payoff at some point.
Okay, all right, good, thank you. All right, so it sounds like the information is pretty consistent, that the feedback is not consistent from NICE, nor is it necessarily reliable, and payments lag considerably. I know that we've struggled with trying to, at AHRC New York City, to make sure that we can reconcile on some kind of regular basis to know that what we believe we're entitled to, we're actually getting paid on. And that also goes with anyone's involved in Promise, very hard to sometimes see if you've been paid appropriately through that system as well, because it's a linked system. So maybe we can try to get some clarity from Andy and company.
Yeah, I've got big question, big webinar in my box on my notes.
Yeah. Hey, well, we're somewhat on NICE, because I know this is not necessarily on the agenda.
Okay.
So people that submit information on NICE, which is supposed to be everybody, right?
It is.
And then for OPW providers, we must still complete that monthly report, right?
To OPWDD.
OPWDD. Except that you have to provide an additional monthly report. The reason we have to do an additional monthly report is because there's not full compliance with NICE, correct?
Correct.
This has been going on for years. So it's basically people that are complying with NICE kind of wind up having to do additional work because some people don't comply with NICE, which seems quite honestly quite backwards for a system. The notion you basically get additional work for not being compliant.
And that's why I'm saying to everyone in video land today is that it's coming. It is part of the executive order in the list of things that was identified in the Employment First report and an executive order from the governor that NIS would become the reporting system. So I have had conversations with Andy, and he understands the pain that we're all going through, especially on the DD side with great rationalization, but then with behavioral health and managed care, and trying to not have it all come down as a mandate right off the bat. But if you're thinking about what else has to get done in 2017, please think about, that's why I participate on this hour webinar. Get a sense of that. If there's a new energized staff member who doesn't know what may be coming, put them in charge of this. Maybe they're the people to learn this. I'm just saying, at some point, without any work from us or whatever, it's going to get mandated, and you're going to need to understand this stuff. And right now, as you heard Stephen Crown say, Andy's crew is able to, one person, one agency at a time, walk you through it compared to when the first realm of it. This is the time to seriously try to figure it and put it in so that you can be treated gently and kindly to get it in, because when they get to that point where it's mandated, there'll be nothing. It'll just be, send me a question by email. You're not going to have your hand held through this. And this, so just food for thought. There's no anticipated mandate date, but the Employment First Commission, we anticipate, is going to be potentially discussed during the State of the State. If it makes that level of conversation, other stuff to surprise.
Right, and I think from an association advocacy perspective, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but if from the OPW providers with SEP, compliance in NICE, I'm going to make it up, that it's 80-85% compliant, right? So basically, because
I don't think it's that high.
All right, so I made the number up, 75%, whatever. So a greater majority are compliant than not compliant. How about that?
No, honest to goodness, I think it's only about a third.
I think you're 20, 30, 40%.
On the behavioral health side, it was mandated for the PROS provider. So if an organization in our membership is a PROS provider, then they're there, and they've been there.
People on the phone, which I think is a lot of OPW providers, is that your sense, or are you guys not involved in NICE?
No, we enter information into NICE, OPWDD, and every place else we have to.
Want to do a poll?
Yeah, I was going to say, Caitlin, could you do a quick poll for us? So instead of trying to poll by everybody opening up and telling us, could you just drop a quick poll in the sidebar there and ask people to vote yes or no if they are participants, active participants in our NYSRA system for you, Kate?
My understanding that there were more SEM providers participating than not everybody.
Well, we'll find out.
But if we could find that out, guys,
we can add it to a
helpful,
survey.
because it's hard to advocate if only 30% are complying. Right?
It becomes an unfunded mandate issue.
Pat and Michael and everybody there, we are participating and have been probably since the beginning, but we've found because of all the multiple documentation that has to happen, we're a little bit behind maybe.
Well, we have points where we get caught up and then we fall behind and we get caught up. We do it on an ongoing basis though, and we try to. We try to definitely put in. I put in everybody. I put in OPWDD. I put in direct placement because a lot of times from Access VR, because sometimes those are the people that that hit the higher wages and we end up getting the milestones on. But yeah, we try to put in everybody, but it's not necessarily on a timely basis every month.
Okay.
At least you're in. So take a look at the poll while we continue to have the rest of this, move on to the agenda. If you'd be kind enough to respond.
Yeah, that's it. Too. Thank you. All right, the poll's a great idea.
Yes. We got. Let's get the yin here. Okay. Let's see. So what's
You
next?
can actually wager on the results of the poll now. We'll be sending out an opportunity to bet on who you think it's more compliant or not compliant.
We're going to do an over-under on this, right?
I think, this is Chris. I think
Hey,
one.
Steve?
Hi.
Let Chris go first and Ed. Go ahead.
Okay, the one thing that I want to stress too, though, is that this is another added cost to our employment services. It's having a staff person who can enter all of this. It's extra time, and I don't know if that was anticipated with, with the SEMP costs and things like that. So just, just as an aside, it is a lot of time. And
but it's even more time when agencies do both now.
Right.
Yeah,
It's double time.
So I think that's the point that Stephen is making, is that OPWD, unfortunately, as a government agency, is not ready or willing to mandate that all DD agencies must use it, but they still want data. So for me, particularly for me, I'd say it as they're the problem. They should actually be supporting your agencies to use the NYS system and have it shaped, because Andy and his staff have said multiple times that they can design whatever needs to, Michael knows.
Takes back to my time.
Right, exactly. We can design, and they're just choosing not to work with them. So
it was a conscious decision on OPWD's part.
And other state agencies as well.
Absolutely.
Get on board.
And I think OPWD's been thinking more seriously about it.
That's why I'm saying it's
I mean, that was certainly the impression I got from Salon in that recent meeting. We'll talk about later on and stuff, but
Okay.
All right, Ed?
can I?
Good.
Oh, sorry.
Or someone else?
Ed had a comment, and we can go back to Chris.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to bring up two things. One, I'm going to put this on my agenda to bring up with Donald Trump. It's another unfunded mandate, and he promised me canceling one regulation for every two.
Right. And your meeting is Friday with him, right?
Using that Queens connection, right?
Friday.
Kanye West bumped me. So the other thing I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if you want to make it turn into this, and I understand that if you don't, but related on this was the stability, reliability of promise. And our rate of cancellation and no-shows is almost 100%, and when we're doing benefit advisement.
Yeah, us too.
Okay.
If it could be higher than 100%, I would say that, but it can't.
I hate to say this, but I don't feel so bad that I don't want to feel like maybe it's us or we're doing something wrong, but our general issue is that most of the families have been signed up but don't really understand what it's really about, and when you try to explain to them, they're really not particularly motivated, and I don't know if this is something you want to get down the road on.
No, well, you know, it's something that we've been talking about with the work center transformation discussion, because huge pieces, you know, there's a whole section that talks about benefits advisement in your plan if you're submitting a plan, and you know, how are you going to do it and who are you going to do it for? And Jill and I were, you know, just thinking together about different things. And I think part of the issue is, and I've said this before, so I apologize for those that have heard me say it, but benefits advisement is a really neat term for a very big lot of information that even I am perplexed by, and I've been doing this for how many years? But I would say even more so for the families and the individuals that you're supporting, because nobody's actually done real money management with them. So you can talk to them all you want about benefits advisement, but if they don't even understand how to use a bank account, and they don't even understand the value or what a checking account, the difference between a checking account and a credit card are, how on God's green earth are you going to explain Social Security and not going over this or paying spend downs? Those are all terms that mean absolutely nothing to probably 75% of the people that you are working with. And to say, even in a plan, how will you actually meet with someone with an IQ of 60 to discuss this, to me, in some ways, is very ludicrous. It should be more towards the families, and then hopefully even the families have an intelligence around any of this stuff. But if they're not even their homeowners, they, again, don't know about all of these bigger things. So I think that's the challenge to this entire system, is we want things to be better for them, but we're not breaking it down into chunks that are actually digestible for them to even move forward on it. So why would I go talk to you about something? If my check just keeps coming, there's no need about this. It's when it stops coming when you guys all panic, because now you're not going to get billed. So we're going at this benefits advisement thing, from my perspective, the wrong way, and we've got to rethink how we're actually sharing information in more digestible bites versus just this bigger overall.
So let me just kind of dissect that just a little bit on what Mr. O'Donnell's point, I think, was pointing out. So yes, benefits advisement and what they have under Promise. So people that are not aware of Promise, it's a specialized kind of grant program to work with students in school at younger ages. It's scattered about the state of New York. There's probably, I don't know, 15 different agencies involved across New York State, maybe even more. Maybe it's bigger than that.
No, it's just in 2 regions. Yeah. Downstate, New York City, and the capital region.
In the New York City region, where Ed and I have been involved, it's been struggling. There's been a lot of challenges to it at lots of different levels with the structure of the program and how successful or lack of success you might be saying exists right now. And one particular area is financial literacy training and benefits advisement. That's really for the families. Not so much, you know, the student could be there, but it's really for the families to understand a little bit more about this. And they're supposed to sign up and then attend a session. And as Ed's saying, the no-show rate is extremely high. So what happens in this kind of model, because it's really a fee-for-service program, you only get paid if the service is delivered. So you can set all this up. Nothing gets delivered, so you have cost but no revenue related to it. So, and that's been a big part of the Promise piece. And I don't, are there other Promise providers other than Goodwill and HRC on the phone today? Okay. Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's actually working quite well.
Hang on 1 second. Jim's giving a report, and then you can talk. Go ahead.
It's actually working quite well in the capital region. We ended up with a proportionally smaller number of people in the experimental group, but we have an outstanding staff person who, you know, we leased a van because she will track people down, families down. She's merciless, and she will get to you one way or the other. You know, for people to come to you, it's very difficult. We've held open houses, and initially very few people showed up. But there's a little bit of momentum now, but it's really, you have to put feet on the pavement and track people down. They're not used to this kind of intervention in a helpful way.
No.
Normally it's around, you owe me this, you're foreclosing on this, the rent's overdue. So we're playing a very different role than they're used to, and it's slow to catch on, but I think people are starting.
No? Okay.
I couldn't hear what you said. I saw your lips move.
This is We're not part of Promise, but I just wanted to make a comment about benefits advisement. I mean, I feel we're pretty fortunate. We have 2 staff members who are trained benefits advisement, who are certified benefits advisement staff, and we really have tried to embed benefits counseling as a long-term process where our certified staff will work more intensively with an individual and with their employment specialist and with the family at key times, but that benefits staff is really a resource to everyone and the agency. So when things come up, that person is pulled in, and benefits advisement really is something that happens over years and years as that person kind of goes through their career. And in that way, I feel we're being pretty effective. But, you know, it's a commitment of staff time, and it's building that in. I mean, we've been able, between Ticket to Work and referrals from Access, you know, VR, and then also in intensive and extended SEMP, you know, there's at least some funding coming in for that, you know, for that person. But I think in that way, it's a good service, but it's never a one-time service. You have to be there at multiple points as things change for the individual.
And I think it's probably doing a disservice to benefits advisement, linking it to the Promise program, quite honestly, because it's much broader than that. And from the benefit perspective, it certainly has lots of benefits to benefit advisement. So,
within Promise, the original intent was to demonstrate the value of Ticket to students. That's pretty much why that was designed.
Ed, if somebody was saying something?
Let me link it for a second to something outside of this, and simply that I used to think that, well, I have heard widely accepted that people who have a budget simply do better financially. They manage their money better, they have more savings and all sorts of things like that. And so I thought to myself, well, I must be bad because I'm not doing a budget and whatever. So, and I know that mint.com is a website where you can budget. So what I did was I thought, well, let me ask the people in the Goodwill Fiscal Department, and there are at least a dozen people in the department, which one of them are using a budget, and do they have like a piece of software or a website that they recommend? I couldn't find one person who was using a budget in the entire fiscal department. I then went to the IT department, and I thought, hey, well, mint.com is one website. There must be others. Maybe people there are doing something. I couldn't find anybody in our IT department that did that. So what I'm going to connect that to a little bit is that expecting families who are under a great deal of economic stress to be more diligent or to learn a skill that many well-educated people with much more money seem to not really be so concerned with. And there could be good reasons and bad reasons. And if you have enough money and you're paying your bills, you're not quite so focused on having a detailed budget. The flip side is that if you have very little money and having trouble paying your bills, do you really need to see all the bad news? So I just sort of think that that may be an element that was never really considered very much, that you think it's a good idea for people to have budgets and to accept budget counseling. But when we look at the number of people in New York City who are involved in self-directed services and managing budgets, I think that that is a relatively minuscule number, certainly compared to something like Long Island. And some of the reason is that people aren't motivated to do it, or under economic stress. So.
Good points.
Mm-hmm.
I think our work around benefits advisement, though, has been more around debunking myths than holding people's hand to do a budget.
Right.
You know, if you have a generation of parents who've never worked and lived on public assistance, they really don't have a concept of what happens if I'm gainfully employed and pulling down X amount of dollars. You know, that's the biggest threat in their life, is that my son or daughter is going to lose their disability payments. Now it upends our family's income. If that's the thing I think we've got to tackle most effectively.
And it gets couched in this big word, big set of words called benefits advisement and whatever, and then these big trainings are held where you're going to learn all the minutia, when really what you need is what is on that thing. So register for debunking, okay? And then you'll really have a handle on the bigger picture, and from there you can decide if there's more need for things specific to individuals. But there are people, as we've just listened, that are specialists and can be brought in to do that. You do not have to spend additional dollars that you're already stressed in your own employment services to do that. There are other people who've already gotten there, especially at the one-stops. If your area is lucky enough to have a disability employment initiative as part of its one-stop, they are trained benefit specialists. They are not equal to what our group used to be in Buffalo, but and I'm drawing a blank to their names, but in Buffalo with the lawyers that do all this stuff with the other thing. It'll come to me. But nonetheless, they are pretty dang good, those guys within the initiative, so just keep that in mind.
Get a couple questions up here that we've
please go right ahead.
Or comments in here.
Yeah.
Marta was just chiming in saying absolutely on this benefits advisement thing. We recently had someone arrested for double depositing a check. So yet again, points to exactly to these issues. Why don't we go back really quickly to the NYS conversation, just so we don't lose people, and let that we give people their opportunity here. Some folks, I think, were having a hard time either unmuting or being heard here. I think we see from Melissa Cotter on NYS that we enter data but are very far behind in updating. Kathy Entwistle said, I guess you can't hear me. Sorry, Kathy. Hope you're able to follow the conversation. We have been doing NYS since the beginning and have received some very nice reimbursements, generally on a quarterly basis. Also, FYI, we are participating in a pilot program with OPWDD and NYS for the next 2 months. Our job coaches do their own data entry, and it could be up to 3 hours a day. It will be good when OPWD and NYS join up. Some of this duplicate work can be eliminated. So, you got
cool. Thanks, Kath.
Do we have poll results or no?
I don't know. Caitlin, are you there? And we have poll results?
Just talking.
Okay.
Can I say something? It's Chris. I think that the little survey that you just did a few minutes ago is brilliant. And I think that we could probably use some of these meetings to do other types of surveys when we want to poll people to see. Right? I mean, the Survey Monkey's wonderful, but that got us the results in like 5 minutes.
Well, we can. You saw how fast it can happen. So if as we continue this conversation, if there's a need or an interest in doing that with the group that are here, we're game. That's why Caitlin monitors our.
So what was the actual poll question?
Caitlin, do you want to do it?
Drum roll.
If not, I can. She may be preoccupied. The question was, are you an active participant in NYS? The poll results are 88% yes, 12% no.
See?
You were right.
So for 12% non-compliant, we're making 88% do double work, which doesn't seem fair. Right?
Life isn't fair, but we can look at that. Okay, so maybe we'll get a webinar together with Mr. Carhan on the latest and greatest. That way the 80% of you that can anticipate and maybe send me questions that I can pose to make sure we get the answers to, and or concerns. So far we have, why is there such a lag in payments, the placement data and things that are being entered there, you're entering but it's not updating, and anything else, and we'll set that up. And then we can talk about, actually I have a list of every agency that is or isn't a part of the NYS system to evaluate whether there were NYSRA members that were not there. So I actually have that list and of everybody. So I can certainly follow up that if you are interested in, becoming an active member, we'll figure out what we have to do next. Okay?
One of the comments here from Melissa also was wondering if some staff should consider this, I assume this being NYS documentation, as a documentation of services and therefore be separate billable.
I like that.
Well, since it's not mandated, I doubt OPD would go for it.
I know, it depends on what, the way this is whether or not you can really spend enough time on a given person, quite honestly,
right.
to justify.
It could be a non-direct, though. It could be a non-direct.
You still need to have a 15-minute kind of block of billing time.
Right.
Because we're going to accumulate time, again.
But when we were
accumulation of time, you could take 4 minutes, 4 minutes a day or whatever.
Be careful what you ask for. If you ask for that to be approved, to be a set billable, then that means it becomes a mandate.
I agree with that.
So we need, I think we need to roll it in. And it sounds like Kathy Entwistle, though, you've got some pilot projects. So again, there's the writing on the wall. Can we, is there a possibility we can get you live? Maybe Caitlin can work on that?
You can explain the pilot to us?
Kathy's unmuted, but she just has to unmute on her own side. She's self-muted. There we go. Kathy, go ahead. Oh, she's unmuted now, but she may not have a microphone. So.
Oh. You can always call in, girlfriend.
Yeah, a lot of computers don't necessarily have that mic set up like that.
Kathy, switch over to the phone if you can. You change your audio option over to the telephone and you can call in.
All right, you work on that. We'll go to pre-vote right now, okay?
Hold on, one more thing really quick. Bill Schultz just chimed in, said, Steve, Pat, Michael, many programs are inputting but not caught up. Bill, if you want to jump in the conversation, just enter the audio pin into your phone. That'll allow me to unmute you. You can jump into the conversation. Thanks.
Okay, so the next slide here talks about, remember this one, waiver service community pre-vote. We had a small work team led by Selena, thank you, Selena at Goodwill. You all were sent a copy of the summary of the discussion. We were asked to be a work group to council, so here's the finished product. As far as the group is concerned, it's ready to go to Ceylon. We wanted to make sure all of you saw it. Pretty much the recommendations are toward the end. To the end, the group discussed a number of options, and they're highlighted below. There's a distinct need to define where, how, and to whom site-based and community pre-vote should be provided. The recommendation is that site-based pre-vote is only priced at a group rate, and we didn't decide how many people at any work opportunity, volunteer, commensurate, and competitive, and that community pre-vote is priced both at an individual or group rate, and then we still have to identify how many people group means at a work opportunity that meets the definition. Why am I getting reverb?
I think it might be Kathy who just said she joined by phone. Kathy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Right.
that's probably her.
Then I'll stop talking for a minute.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear all the questions, but
We were hoping, Kathy, we were hoping you could share the pilot that you mentioned that you're doing with NICE and OPW.
okay. You know, we were asked to be part of a pilot with them, hoping to last for about 2 or 3 phone call conferences, and the hope is that when OPWDD and NYS work together to make a few changes on the NYS side, that all of the data that we're putting in is actually going to create the monthly reports that we do right now.
Right.
So the pilot is to run for about 6 months to do both reports, you know, one on the Excel spreadsheet and one in the NYS. So currently, right now, we're just trying to get involved in getting the OP button so that we can actually start doing some of those data entry fields that have been changed. And they're things like, you know, when the person started their job in NYS for Access VR, or whenever you first started working with a person, you know, is the date that you put in. You know, you didn't really have to worry about any other dates, like when they moved to an extended phase or anything like that. So there's a few different things, but nothing that my coordinator, Mary Lou, felt was going to be undoable. And the fact that it was going to save time and not having to do the duplicate reports in the Excel spreadsheets, you know, that's really something to look forward to.
So what are they going to do? They're going to isolate your data and then match it and just make sure that there's consistency?
Yes, that's what they'll do. They're going to, we'll submit a report via the NYS system, and we will submit a report via the Excel spreadsheet system that they gave us. And, you know, when those two things match, that's a good thing. And as we match, then we'll be released to do only the NYS OPWDD reports right from their system.
Got it. All right, cool. Anyone else involved in that, or is it just your organization?
I think she has about 5 or 6 organizations that are currently using NYS and have been using it for a while. She purposely kept it small, you know, to try and get through it pretty quickly, so then we can do the pilot for about 6 months.
Sounds good. All right.
Yep, I think it'll be good for everyone eventually, but if you aren't on the NYS system, I would suggest that you definitely, you know, make some strides to get there sooner than later.
Thank you.
Can we,
Okay.
a little tangent off of that? So I remember, if I remember correctly, the Wildwood program.
So now put it on mute, Kat.
Thank you. If I remember, Wildwood created their own separate case management system, if you will, because they had to, and they were marketing that to others with the expectation that that would create a link with.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet.
Has that happened? Do you know where that stands, or?
No.
This is Marta.
Yes.
I recently followed up with that. I was told that they got nowhere with the NYS people. They put a lot of effort and a lot of work toward it, and then finally they had to just come to a standstill because they said they weren't making any progress and there was no end in sight.
Very disappointing.
I know
It was very disappointing. I use Wildwood.
Precision Care is working on this.
Who is?
They have, we just got notice from them that they have a training, I think, in January, and they're working to link data that you put into Precision Care with NYS.
Precision Care? All right. Yeah, a couple of different providers, software providers, I know we're working on that stuff, but I don't think anyone has it done yet, and I'm not sure what the holdup is, quite honestly.
Me neither.
We'll add that to the webinar
It should not have been
updates.
that complicated.
No.
Quite frankly, I think we should push a little on things like the API, you know, with whether it's the Wildwood system or anybody else. But this is the piece that creates the administrative relief for any of these organizations. To Steve's point before, the double, triple, quadruple inputting of data needs to stop, and this is the mechanism by which to do it. So we can push a little on that with Andy.
Right, and I think from an association perspective, it's a perfect role to kind of support the providers.
Well, we were the only trade association that actually invited all of the different Precision Care colleague kind of folks to a table where John actually sat and talked about how to do all of this and then whether or not. So I would also encourage all of you, if you have a contract with one of these technology companies, you should be asking them, what are they doing about the API? If you find out that they're getting nowhere on that end, please let us know. But the reality is that it's on them to develop the API, and as customers, you have to do your own advocacy around that. We can do what we can do to make sure, and we'll probably get an answer from OMH that says, we can do it, but we've got to hear from the company. So it's got to come from all angles on this API issue, okay? And that API, for those that don't understand, that's the connection to be able to talk to the systems to talk to each other.
Don't ask me what it stands for, I can't remember.
I just pasted to you on the questions the exact response from Wildwood about what they experienced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll use that. We appreciate it. Okay, moving back to a discussion now on community pre-vote and the work groups things. There's 6 recommendations that we wanted to just kind of run by you guys. Hopefully been able to open up the doc that was sent. There's the group here in the room can look at it. So the definitions were one of the things. So the group's recommendation was to clearly define site community differently, and that site-based pre-vote is only priced at a group rate, not at an individual rate, at any work opportunity, volunteer, commensurate, and competitive. And that community pre-vote is priced both at an individual or group rate at a work opportunity that meets the definition of the home and community-based community integration site, volunteer, commensurate, and competitive rate. That's recommendation number 1. Take a look at it again, then either register in the thing a comment or please open your line and tell us. Number 2, staffing for these services are at the discretion of the agency to best provide the supports needed by each individual. So not necessarily asking OPWD to tell us how to staff things, but to actually allow you guys to manage your own services. 3, the ISP plans for the services can be contained in one pre-voc plan. There is not a need to have a site and a community, but to have one pre-voc plan. The plan delineates employment and self-sufficiency goals for the individual in which waiver services will be offered to ameliorate the deficit to reach that goal. So why do double work? If there's a pre-voc service and you happen to have one that's site or whatever, that's the setting. It's not necessarily necessitating 2 separate plans. That we would also recommend the justice in the provision of waiver-supported employment services the agencies offering community pre-voc have a need to develop community connections to establish the opportunities that they can experience and learn. There's a need to add a billing rate for indirect services conducted to make an opportunity happen and sustain. So NYSRA would be recommending that the indirect service, similar to what is able to be billed under STEP, be added to community pre-voc. We might actually ask, too, that this be considered under pathway and ETP. I mean, if you're doing all that community work and it's agreeable under one waiver, why wouldn't it be under everything else, was the argument from your colleagues. Lunch. The group agreed that lunch is purely an arbitrary label for a Department of Labor-approved break. OPWD deciding that a service can or cannot be offered during a break is not their call and should be at the discretion of the individual. People may choose to meet with their coach over lunch, in quotes, which from the employer's perspective is the most appropriate time for assistance to be offered if we're trying to normalize their work experience. I didn't add that, that's my commentary. In addition, the issue of service during lunch, in quotes, is silent in all other regulations for other waiver services, and thus it should be consistent and silent within community pre-voc. And then last but not least, transportation, because we can't leave that out, needs to be parallel to waiver SEMP and be built into the pre-voc rate and cover expenses for transportation to and from the place that the service is intended to be offered. So those are the 6 recommendations that your colleagues have put forward for you to consider as a council. Since we don't have an ADM yet and we don't know the status of the ADM, I think while it was done a while back, there's still time to submit this. If none of you have a problem with what was just recommended, I would like to forward that we go ahead and take this document and send it off to Ceylon, highlighting the recommendations for consideration in the ADM and ask for something back clarifying yes or no that they will consider it. If anyone has a problem with that, let us know.
Everyone has a copy?
Yes.
Sent out, right?
Yes.
Any thoughts on any of this?
Did we leave anything out or have we misstated anything?
Something not clear enough?
Looks good.
All right, just help me with the number of people. If you're agreeing that site-based pre-voc should only be priced at a group rate, group means how many people? Here we go. This will be the fun part.
What, max?
I don't know. I think that's probably the better way to go, is maximum, not minimum, because it's totally up to you guys. Because, you know, if it ends, you have a max of 3 or max of 5, but on a given day only one person shows up, you should still be able to bill for it, right? That's what you were saying before about your promise, the issues around some of the things you had. So if we go with a number that's called maximum this, not minimum that, then we're okay. So what makes sense based on what you are, those that are offering group services now, is a maximum of 3, maximum of 5, what? I shoot high and know that we're going to come back low.
Well, the highest they authorize is 8, any waiver service.
Do you want to leave it at 8 then?
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good start.
Okay, all right, so then we'll make all group rates 8. Okay, that was easy.
I mean, that is consistent with supported employment, so there is no sense to come up with a different figure.
Perfect. Perfect. All right, then that's what we'll do. We will fill in those spaces there with group rate, maximum of 8 people, and the same thing on the next line, maximum of 8 people to be consistent, since we're asking for consistency through the rest of the recommendations with the other employment waiver services. Very nicely done. Thank you very much. Moving on. This is cool. SEMP, our favorite topic, Supported Employment Medicaid Program. Do you know that I was recently talking to someone and they really thought that that's the name of it? They didn't understand that MRP stands for Medicaid Program, that, you know, Supported Employment and OPW is just SEMP. You know, and I'm like, no, that's actually means something else. But anyway, we did a quick down and dirty kind of poll with the previous survey questions that were sent. 35 individuals have already responded, 35 different agencies.
Do you know what the number with the last one was? What was the universe?
We were up over 80 something.
I was going to say like 75, 80.
Yeah, so we're a third of the people already in. Thank you very much. Don't, just because I'm reading the results right now with the 35, do not stop.
Preliminary results.
Preliminary. We want everybody to respond.
We're not calling the election.
No, right. We're not calling. There's no electoral vote either. So this is all definitely your vote.
Wait, can we do a poll?
We can do another poll if we want, but wait for the question. Wait for the question.
Before you get results, though.
Oh,
yeah.
You want to take bets? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, the big question I would really like for everybody that's on this, in case you have or have not completed this, is with this review and looking at your 18-month status at this point in time, my agency is seriously considering not providing SEMP services. I promise you're just signing in, so you're just going to be polling. We won't know individual agencies, but it is a very important question for what we have to plan for 2017. And I know Jim Blessing is here from NYSRA, and he's been working with agencies in the Capital District and shortly. But why don't you talk about that
first?
first?
Is Caitlin going to put that up?
Hold on.
Yeah, we can.
Would you want the poll to be the same question?
Yes, I want the poll to be the same question.
Caitlin, are you there?
Just launched.
Not here. So.
Yeah, I want you to do the question about.
Is the poll open already? She already did it.
She's got it.
It's up.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead and just, it's anonymous, so we could, I guess, get a sense. But Capital District, you're involved in some work with your colleagues here in the Capital District. Because, you know, in the past, when we did the 6-month review, we identified 5 agencies that had answered this question that they were getting out of the business. And that means getting out of the business by June 1st of 2017. We then had a meeting, thanks to Michael, coordinating things for us all to meet with the commissioner, Salon and whatnot, and brought people who had actually said this to the meeting to say, it isn't working.
Right, I think it was 7 agencies kind of said that they were really deeply concerned, and 5 went to the meeting.
5 went to the meeting.
Five were willing to come forward and say, I'm willing to say to OPWD, I'm going to get out of service unless you fix this.
Great. And so to that end, we then, you know, other things that started happening, but it was very obvious from the 5 that were willing to stand up that they were pretty much sole providers in rural areas, okay? And without them, there would not be DB-funded supported employment services. So that's pretty monumental for the commissioner to hear. We've now sent this out again, and there's a few more agencies that have been added, but there's also activity that's happening in different places that isn't so rural, and Jim is willing to share with you what's going on in the Capital District here among providers. So I'm going to...
Okay. In preparation for the September 7th meeting, where our 5 agencies met with the commissioner and Salon and Lynn, Capital Region APSI did a survey. We had 12 responding agencies. 11 of the 12 were below break even. 1 was above by, 5 or 10%. We brought that to the meeting, and I could just about see the commissioner's mouth drop open. And as a result of the survey, having our 5 agencies there, and Jack Campbell was very well spoken. He said, our board's already voted, we're discontinuing this service if there's not a significant change by mid-year. We've already voted and we're moving forward with this. I think that's what spurred Salon to be doing all these visits across the state. A number of you probably had the initial visit, some of you the follow-up visit. We've been kind of tracking some of the results locally here, and the follow-up visits have become very interesting. One agency, OPW, recommended that they not pay for lunch, and they reduced the benefit leave time offer because it was cutting down on their billable services. So,
say that again.
They recommended that they not pay for lunch, staff lunchtime, and that
Okay, so staff were being paid for their lunch.
yes,
Okay.
which took away from billing,
Okay.
and that they also reduced their paid leave time because that impacted their ability to bill for services. So anyway, we're getting a lot of reaction. In most visits, they are really pushing, the initial visits, some of the follow-up visits, really pushing, what else can we possibly bill for? What else can we bill for? Most of us, at least the groups I've talked to, have said, you've really milked that cow as much as you can. You're pushing us into very vulnerable places now with things that the smell test wouldn't pass.
Well, there's not even a final ADM.
Oh, there's not a final ADM, right. So,
This is, can I just add in, this is Sherry.
Yes.
Our visit, they pushed lessening our documentation, and we shouldn't have to do all that, and we shouldn't have to have supervised checking the billing. You know, we're still kind of up by hand on that, and that, oh, they're not going to audit on that. Well, guess what? We had an OPWDD audit at the request of OMEG, and it audited 2014 and 15 records, and they did audit it. So, you know, the advice from these visits were not helpful.
Sherry, was the audit, I'm sorry, is the audit of the first half of 15, or did it include the second half?
Second half of 15.
Second half.
So they came in, and it randomly picked, and it was, you know, one person, 1 month, all their services, and some of the people that were picked were STEM people, okay, in the second half of 2015.
After the implementation of the changes have gone in and audit protocols have not been developed?
Yeah, correct.
Because they say they developed them, they put them on their website, and they didn't let anyone know.
That was nice.
They're on the OPWD website.
So why don't we stay on the visits for a sec? So Sherry, you're saying that not helpful, and it sounds like Jim, you're saying not helpful.
Right.
Anyone else want to share any visits? OPW visits?
Yep.
Pat, this is Katrina. We haven't had a visit, but we had a SEMP directors meeting at the Finger Lakes a couple months back, and we were, it was being recommended, other agencies had done this, and it seemed to be supported by OPWDD, that we only employ part-time staff to reduce our costs. And so that goes along with what someone else had just mentioned about not paying for staff lunch. We were really, another agency had said the way they've gotten around it is they've eliminated full-time staff for their SEMP program, so they're less expensive of employees. And I was really disappointed to see that OPWDD seemed to support that notion in a field that's already struggling to employ quality workers.
That'll do wonders for the quality argument, yep.
Our visit with Lynn of Thibodeau, because we have trouble hiring people, she suggested to us that we pay them about $50 an hour, and then we'd have excellent results.
How much?
I don't, my program directors don't make $50 an hour. Pay a job developer $50 an hour, and you'll have wonderful results. So
okay.
It's all over the board.
So, anybody else?
This is Chris. We're having our visit with Lynn on Friday.
God bless
you. Yeah. So again, not quite sure what to expect, but
Your initial meeting or second meeting, Chris?
Initial.
Okay.
Initial. So any advice you can give us or anything that you want us to convey, we certainly will.
This is Jim again. Last Friday we had a Capital Region SEMP directors meeting, and I had to leave halfway through for a conference call, but Lynn was saying, and providers were complaining, and Lynn was saying, well, it must be you guys because the majority of agencies in New York State are doing very well under SEMP. And heads were spinning in the room, and people were saying, we've got $100,000 plus deficits in our program, and we don't think we're alone. In that September 7th meeting, the number of us went to with the commissioner, Salon said, you know, we pushed that agencies are in major trouble. She said, oh, well, wait a minute. 30 of 230 providers in New York State are doing okay. doing the math, that's 13%.
Yeah, that's not a very good.
That's not a good track record.
30 of 200 are doing okay.
30 of 230. Because there are 230 registered SEM providers in New York State.
Right.
I would be surprised if there was that much improvement from September to December. So be aware, she will tell you that most agencies are doing very well, and that wasn't, in our meeting, that wasn't the consensus, and people pushed back.
And actually, Ceylon, the initial visits that Ceylon and Lynn are doing are targeting the agencies that are at 30% or more cost over revenue. So they're purposely visiting, they
It's not
said.
cost over revenue, it's decrease in revenue because they don't have the cost.
They don't have costs.
They don't have the cost, they just have the revenue.
Pat?
Yes, Bill.
It's Bill. Again, the information we got from Lynn was what they were looking at is a change in revenue one year to the next, and the 37 agencies that were initially targeted were agencies that showed a decrease of over $100,000.
But they didn't. This is Sherry. When my visit with Lynn was, you know, they gave me a PowerPoint and said how, you know, wonderfully we were doing. We're above our regular, you know, billing from last year. They did not include the ETP billing. So we had ETP income, all right. We had SEMP income. Now it's all one, and we're like, you know, well under what we billed last year in total. So they're not using, you know, dollars to dollars.
That's a good point. So that was a separate pot. Yeah. That's a very good point, Sherry, to kind of clarify. That's a separate pot of money that flowed into organizations.
Right, but now it's all combined as your income, okay? And it's not apples to apples, okay? And that's what they're using. So in their perspective, everyone's doing fine because they don't have their ETP.
I'm sure you pointed that out, though, right?
Yes, we did. And I had documentation, and I had numbers, and the whole thing.
I have a question about when will the CFR information really be available in a useful manner for them to look at the 15-16 year? I mean, the CFR was just completed, but I know they need to be certified and processed, etc. What would be the role there?
The laws are in.
So 15
for that year, for sure.
For all of for the first half. So you have half a year of billing. In 15, no.
We have a full year.
You have a full year of billing because you're on a.
We're in July.
So you're in July to June. So you've got one full year, and it's in.
Yeah, but just recently too.
I was going to say, I think it needs to be certified by November or whatever it is. So yeah.
Maybe
So theoretically, that should be the answer. Is soon.
Some preliminary, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the CFR for a lot of different agencies. Considering that there's a fire burning in this one particular area, it may be useful to make a request to say, pull this data from these agencies as best you can. Let's take a look at the biggest sample we can put our hands on in a preliminary manner. A lot of times, you know, that they don't certify the CFR, they send it back as maybe an IRA or an ICF had a problem with the way they recorded information in it or something. But considering that there's a fire burning on SEMP, it may be useful.
I'm not sure how they kind of look at, you know, the CFR review process, you know, internally at OPW, so.
Nor do I, actually. And I think more.
I guess we can ask, we can try to get an answer, see how they look at it.
There's actually maybe more of a conversation with DOH than it is OPW, frankly.
Exactly.
I'm thinking it's Donna and Janet.
Yeah.
The new Donna.
Right.
Well, Salon alluded to the fact that they had access to some kind of information. That's how they were generating who they were visiting first, who they were visiting
But as
second.
Bill said, it's based on just claims, based on previous track record of claims.
Oh, no, I get it.
Well, CFRs,
They didn't see expenses yet.
they were looking at CFRs. That's where they pulled the data from.
Yeah.
They were comparing year to
There's
year.
part of this equation that doesn't show up if you just look at SEMP services alone.
Yes.
Challenge, we have, over the past couple of years, we have been our own worst enemy, in that we have been very focused and very effective at moving more and more people who had been in pre-vocational services out into supported employment. And this is, in some ways, it's a very good thing. So if you look at our supported employment revenues, we haven't seen the dip, and we've been managing. I'm not saying it's easy, but we've been managing. But where we see our deficits and our problems is in pre-vocational services, because we have taken more folks who have more support needs. They've gone into supported employment, and each time we do that, we lose overall revenue. And that is a challenge, and that's not entering into this equation, but this is the direction that we're supposed to go, and it is taking a financial impact on the agency.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, Marty. Is you have to really look at the whole system and the whole organization.
If you just pull out one waiver service, you're not respectfully getting the real picture of how an agency is going to manage employment support.
Correct. And then you have different aspects.
That drop off
like
from
access, you have different things kind of flowing in.
Yep.
Yeah, and that has to be part of this discussion, because that is the direction that we're supposed to be going for those of us who are going in that, and doing that. It is, it's like we're cutting ourselves each time and bleeding a little bit more, and you do enough of that, and we have discussions among ourselves. It's like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, no, a couple of years back in New York City, there's a nonprofit Times, which is kind of like the journal that kind of gets lots of info out. And one of the headlines one of these was "Death by 1,000 slashes." Like slash here, there, before you know it, you're gone. But one of the things we wanted to do was, from that survey perspective, was try to really beef up the next survey. So it really was better kind of really looking at everything and not just kind of isolating on that component like you're saying.
Yeah, that's
because as you isolate on that component, you're right. You see where that might be. You might be doing really well in other things, or maybe doing really poorly in everything. And like, what does this system really look like? Because each state agency doesn't really look at the others, what's happening.
Right.
So, it's an agency that does multiple services is in big time trouble if no one's looking at this.
Does APSI have a picture on this yet? I mean, in
Well,
regards to that?
I think what we're going to try and do is do another statewide survey.
Okay. So maybe we should all work together to build the questions in that. And
absolutely.
You guys can lead it, but then the rest of us versus one, since you're supported employment. And I've also gotten a sense lately, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not so sure OPWD is valuing you guys and the role that you have of an overarching look of supported employment. So I would like to propose that if the NYSRA members are cool, whether you're a member of APSI or not, that we look at having the association, what's your official title now? It used to be
Association for Persons Supporting Employment First.
Employment First, right?
I'm still APSI.
It's still APSI, but
Supporting employment first.
Right, yeah, supporting employment first.
That's the tagline.
Right. So and putting the value back in the leadership that are the colleagues that have been doing and offering this service for so many years.
We
and
live
then,
and breathe and do this.
right, and then we NYSRA and Donnie and others that started this initial survey that brought us there, we stand shoulder to shoulder with you guys leading that, if that's okay.
Yep,
you,
absolutely.
You, Jim.
There's an exciting development that's happening.
Hang on 1 second, let Jim finish, go ahead.
Okay.
As a result of this advocacy work, and I think the data OPW is getting, they pulled together a work group. Kathy's on this with me, the SEM Outcome Payment Work Group. We had our first meeting by phone last Friday. Basically, in the invitation to join this, Salon said, please don't misunderstand, we are not immediately jettisoning the hourly payment system. But we need to look at something different. So they're very open at this point. They appear to be, at least. So the work group is, there are 11 of us that are providers, one from each DDRO region, and there are 11 people from the state. 2 of them from DOH and the rest from OPW, including Joanne Lamphere, Kate Marley, Joanne Howard, Megan O'Connor. You know, kind of all the big hitters are part of this as well.
Good.
We're going to meet 2 to 4 times, and on the initial discussion, we brainstormed different outcome options, looking at revising current hourly structure, building in benchmarks. The term monthly even came up. 18 states have now, with CMS's blessing, included monthly payments as part of the formula.
I think we used to have monthly.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, we had an hour-long call. We have another one coming up this Friday. They talked a bit about Promise. Could you model any of this on how Promise services deliver, things like that?
No.
No, well, that's kind of what we said. They're also looking at other states, and actually in parallels looking at other states too, just to be really clear. One example, Jim Scott and I talked with Connecticut, and they started out at $58 an hour, and it wasn't working. So what they negotiated, they're now $47.50 for an hourly rate, but they have a milestone system, placement, 3 months, 6 months, and the person being independent on the job. You can get up to $2,000 per milestone payment, but it's based on the number of hours the person's working in their job. So they have cutoffs. The last cutoff is 25 or more, you get the full $2,000. The most interesting component is that for every hour the person works, the provider gets $4.52, providing that they can verify it with pay stubs or some other certification. So it's kind of a 3-tiered approach.
Right, so it's a hybrid model.
Absolutely, absolutely. We also learned that New Jersey has been in a value-based payment system and has left it, and they're moving into a fee-for-service system. We have a conference call with our New Jersey AFSCME members, hopefully by the end of this week.
Right.
So OPW appears to be open to throwing all sorts of things. After the call, I communicated with Salon. As with most conference calls, it's almost all opinionating. So what I suggested, and she kind of liked the idea, we need to pull together 3 or so models with combinations of the various features that we think are the best, and take 3 agencies, one that's well underwater, one that's just approaching sustainability, and one that is sustainable. Each one runs a model of each of the 3 different scenarios financially to see if they'd work. We come out with a leading scenario on paper. We come out with a leading scenario and run it by 3 more agencies to see if it's valid. And that might be a better way to test these things versus, well, I think it'll work.
Yeah,
Instead of implementing them and then watching every time you go to the toilet.
Yeah, because we can't do this again. Many of us providers have lost so much that another mistake in this area will be fatal. So
what discussion, if any, has gone on in regards to the integrating all of this work with what is being prepared for the CRS contract?
None.
I would suggest that comes up on the conversation, because the last time we did talk to OPWD, it was still, there hadn't been conversations with Frank Coco or anybody over there around the front end and the back end. As a matter of fact, there was an innuendo that from OPWD staff that we couldn't even do certain things with pathways, because that would mean people would have to go to VR, which is ADA inappropriate. You cannot stop people by putting in a waiver service, and what we were talking about was the front door and how many units of service right now are being approved by front door staff for individuals seeking jobs just for pathway. The argument was, that we were making was, why aren't you authorizing units of supported employment services and allowing the supported employment staff to look at the whole picture that we were just talking about and then ask for pathway services or ask for, you have people at the front door who know nothing about employment supports. And she said, but Pat, if they give them other than pathway, they will have to go to VR. And what if that's appropriate? Hello, what happened to person-centered planning? So I would just encourage you to think about at least raising that and seeing what kind of reaction you get. If it's the same, what? We're supposed to be building an inclusive workforce.
Can I make another suggestion in terms of looking at these models? Because in the next, obviously all of us in the next few years, are looking at, working on work center transformation. This would be a very good time for them to build in some extra support money if somebody is going from DAHAB or Prevoke or who have been in the work center, that there is an additional fee on top of what is already in whatever the supported employment payment model is, recognizing that this is an individual who is going to need a lot more support based on where they have been prior.
Right, so more of acuity kind of connection. Anyone else on the phone that wants to that's involved in this wants to chat about it?
This is Marta from Millnet.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Hi, it's Terry from Queens.
Hi.
Hi. I was on the call, and I seem to understand that we would be, that the milestone payment, the outcome payment, would be in addition to the hourly payment that we were given, not instead of. I think if it's instead of, I think if we have outcome payments, instead of some kind of hourly payment or fee for service, we're going to all have a problem serving the people who have a lot more needs and who don't meet the hourly criteria, who are just working, trying out work, to learn some new skills. We have a lot of people like that.
So
and
Terry,
we have a lot of people who don't.
I was going to say, it sounds like you like what Jim was talking about, the Connecticut model and the blend that has an hourly rate and outcomes and hours.
If it's a blend and it's a blend that works, if they lower the payment for the the daily payment and they make it into an outcome payment and it mirrors more what happened with Access VR. I mean, Access VR milestone payments are a nightmare for us because we have people who back out after a certain amount of time, quit their jobs after a certain amount of time and never make the milestones. And we work with them for a long time and we don't get anything, or we get very little. So if they lower the hourly payment so that they can add on a milestone payment, agencies like ours are going to have a big problem. We don't get the cream of the crop.
Yeah.
So that's a real...
What I did at the end of the call, in April of 2014, APSI, under the leadership of Josh Muchmore, developed a proposal for OPW that included both an hourly rate and a milestone system. And one thing I mentioned in the call, and I couldn't see Sloan's face, but we did a survey of, I forgot how many agencies we talked to, but the sweet spot in terms of a rate was $70 an hour. All right? In New York State, downstate, I believe the payment's $69 an hour, and for state providers of supported employment, $69 an hour. So what I'm pushing for is between now and whenever we land at whatever system we're going to have, I think they need to increase the hourly payment significantly. Then when we fully transition to a new system, then potentially adjust it there. But I think in the phase where you're doing milestones, maybe at some point you can have a somewhat reduced rate But
depends on how much you get for the milestones.
well, absolutely.
You know, it's all in the detail. Of course.
And in our quarterly meetings, they've said you providers are leaving a ton of money on the table. Well, that's because we don't have the ability to draw it down with quarter-hour billing,
right,
the way we did with monthly payments. So, at least I'm suggesting, and the people I've talked to are suggesting, increase. Talk to DOH and really push for the hourly rate to be increased. That will provide sustainability for people till we really get a firm footing on what kind of system is going to work for years down the road, not just work and fail, try something else.
Anyone else want to share anything? Anyone else involved?
I just have a question for those of you who've been talking to DOH. With managed care coming, and I attended a Bonadeo training in the city yesterday, and one of the things they talked about was how the managed care companies are cutting hours on individuals. So that was a concern for me. You know, thinking about community hub, thinking about other things, thinking about supported employment. Whatever we design has to take managed care into consideration as well as Access VR. So it's got to be married, all three, and the concerns are, you know, how do we do that? If we go and develop something now, they're putting out RFPs next year to be, you know, lots of changes coming. So how do we build a system that has barriers to whatever they're going to impose?
Something to think about. I don't think we have the answer, but it goes back to, I mean, you were talking about Jersey having a value-based program. Maybe we need to spend some time understanding.
He said the Jersey program failed.
Well, that's my point. Let's make sure, but let's make sure that we don't develop something here that, you know, looks or seems to, you know, mirror what goes on in Jersey, value-based, as we're talking about. We're still talking value-based. They're not.
The hybrid seems to be a logical way to kind of move towards, quite honestly, where you actually can get an hourly or quarter-hour or monthly kind of component to support people, and then outcomes that kind of reward higher performance. Seems very logical.
I agree. So one of the things, I think people will remember from the last time we had a meeting, we were scheduled to have a meeting with OPWD and DOH, NYSRA was, in kind of follow-up from some of the conversations that we'd had at the federal level with folks at CMS about an alternative rate methodology, just to see, kind of like take the temperature. And we actually had that meeting about 2 weeks ago with NYSRA and NYSRA, where it was, as I said, it was an outgrowth of that conversation essentially from that we struck out of, actually from the Community Integration Leadership Institute back in June. And very similar to the conversation you guys are having around this outcome payment concept, where, well, we were going in trying to take that temperature, if you will. And I agree. I think you need this kind of hybrid to some degree. So one of the things we were suggesting that they think about at that point was some kind of base payment system, that you create some, you know, for anybody who's involved, you have a base payment. And I think there's an actual way to create a significant administrative lessening, burden lessening, if you will, on providers by simply having it be an audit, for lack of a better way to put it, of the case management record system. So anybody for whom there is a billable service registered in the case management system for that week or that month, done. That's it. You got it. You have a record of it. It's done. You don't need it more than one. It's the base payment. And then you explore these concepts of, well, we've been kind of billing it more as the value-based concept, because I think that's the direction that the keywords that they've been cluing in on. But I'm thinking about hours. I'm thinking about dollars worked or dollars earned. But I'm also thinking about some way in which you qualify some of those hard outcomes. I mean, I don't think you get everything you want in an outcome-based payment system, even if the outcome payments are adequate, if you're only looking at some kind of these concrete, very easily quantified concepts that don't have some level of color or texture to them, if you will. So you can have somebody working, and there's an incentive for us to keep that person working, but if they don't want the job, then wait, we're not really doing that person any favors, if you will. So can you incorporate something like, I'm thinking about CQL and the POMs, you've got those concepts there that are already being captured around, do I like what I do? Do I like what I do for a living, or do I like my job?
Right.
And start to incorporate some of that to qualify, I think, some of the quantified, hard numbers.
So even if during that discussion, the answer from somebody was, I don't want to work as much, I'd rather be a volunteer, that still gives you a point, because you've actually identified something that they have expressed as things that they want, which has been the criticism of our existing systems with work centers and even supported employment services, that people are just stuck there and they're not. And you hear it during your visits, you hear it during the leadership meetings from Lynn. You're not, though you shouldn't be talking about not giving them all those services, even though you don't have the staff to do it, because they have to have careers. People know what careers are, that kind of stuff.
I like the notion of a base payment, because if you look at milestones, they almost always happen within the first 8, 10, 12 months of employment. In our agency, 49% of the people have been employed 10 years or more. So our issue is not the intensive support and employment piece, it's the extended. So something's got to be allowing agencies to be sustainable in the long run. Because you can't always bring in enough new people to float the entire boat.
True. The general reaction we got from Carrie and Salon and all those guys, the same people involved in this, which is really good to see, was interesting, good thoughts, don't see any huge, philosophical barriers. I think the question becomes these issues of funding. So you can't do, and by the way, for the record here, we weren't suggesting just take this and build in a whole new model to experiment with the whole system. It was, you need to create a pilot, you need to test this. If it works, then take it to scale. You can't do pilots in the BC waiver. That's what the 1115 waiver is for. There's a big problem. So that means it would have to be state dollars only. Similarly, on the $70 rate issue, you'd have to get CMS approval. Otherwise, those are state dollars only. So we're looking at likely no earlier than an April 1st in a best case scenario would we be able to get any modification to a rate structure, because you'd have to go through a modification of the waiver agreement to get secure some type of thing, but that would be, again, statewide. It wouldn't be a pilot type of thing. But you'd have to go back to CMS on it.
But what you're saying, Michael,
the paper exercise, though, seems to get at the ideas that you're both talking about. The one where they're talking about just
modeling.
Yes, I know. I love it. I love it. I mean, it gets you closer to it. I don't think it gives you that first-hand experience of going through it for a year and going through seasonal changes in the plan.
You can take Agency X and the number of people they have already in programs supported. You have some history. You have history on billing already in place there. You know what their outcomes are and how job retentions are. Number of new people, and you can really model it up. You can even take the hours they work. You know exactly what happened.
That's right. It might also be wise to look at that not only in comparison to the existing model, but the previous model as well. So pre-7115, apply it there for a year, apply it for the 7115 to 7116 period of time. That would be a wise exercise as well.
I'm feeling some angst here. Salon said this work group will need to make recommendations to the commissioner by the end of January. She was saying 2 to 4 calls. What you're saying, Michael, I think we need to somehow partner with them to do that, get down the weeds and really pull this apart. In talking with Salon and on the call, she talked about there are 11 different states they're looking at, but they're looking at a spreadsheet. They're not talking to providers in those states. They're looking at data. There's an annual report that comes out. I forget the name of it, but it lists all the support employment data for every state. It's a federal document. I think that's what they're using. So somehow we have to advocate for getting smart people in the room with them, or at least sharing some of that modeling with them that goes beyond January. You can't do this work in 5 weeks.
Do your colleagues that are around the table agree with you on that?
I hope so. I'm just saying this now.
But I think because when this group was being established, we asked where the trade associations, because you traditionally, as providers, are not the ones to do the crunching of numbers and to look at all that stuff. And we were told that we were not invited to the table.
Salon's response to that in the call was, if you look at the members here, there are agencies that have been advocates, there are people who have been advocates, but they're also members of trade agencies. like Jim and I are on the executive board of ABSI.
No, we respect it. That's why we didn't go there. But I'm hearing what you're saying now. You need more help.
Right.
So.
Well, I'm suggesting. I'm not sure they're open to it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyone else on the phone that's involved that wants to share? Anyone else you can think of that might be connected here?
Well, Kathy's on the.
Kathy Edgewistle.
Right.
Yep.
Marta Rieger chimed in and she wrote, we need to advocate for staff as well. If we are looking at a milestone for numbers of hours worked for individuals, while cutting the numbers of hours we can pay staff just seems destined to fail.
Yep.
Yes.
Absolutely.
To all that be fair stuff that we're talking about.
Do you want to go back to the survey and the poll, and what's our timeline on lunch here?
Lunch
and
is
how
here.
we're doing this? It's almost 12:30.
I'm glad you're keeping us focused on
Putting us
important things.
back on schedule here a little bit.
We do have a couple of cool things, so we can either push through or we can take a break for 20 minutes, or it's only 4 of us
Why
here.
don't you do the poll results and then
All right.
maybe take a quick break and come back?
What's the poll?
Caitlin, do you want to do the poll results?
Yes, it's a little.
What was the question again? Let's kind of restate the question.
What?
Say it again. Go ahead.
No, only 50% of the people that are on the call actually responded to the poll, but 7% of them said yes, they are seriously considering not providing STEM services anymore, and 93% said no. So anybody who did say yes, feel free to chime in and tell us who you are and where you're from.
And then, Pat, you also have preliminary survey results.
Yeah, I do. The preliminary survey results are, we're still seeing, of 35 agencies responding, 85% of them told us that at the 18-month mark, they are still experiencing financial month-by-month hardships.
Okay.
And a similar number, 29 of that 35, told us that their expenses are greater than their SEMP revenue. So we're still there. And then when we split it and asked them to do 30% more, 20 to 30, or 10 to 20, and I know you had asked about adding yet another column in there, and I think that's getting to the details that we're talking about. But with just this question, we said 30% or greater. 48, almost 50% of people are still experiencing 30% or greater expenses than revenue. 20 to 30 is 17, and it looks like we've got a better picture on the 10 to 20 are now at about 35%. So people have made some changes, it appears, and we're reducing as time goes by, but still have 50% at 30% or more. Something's still not working there. Is your response to the previous question a change from the last time? This is not any different, 68%. So people are, we
Say that part again, what's the question?
The question is, was this, the 30, a change from the last time you responded to the survey? 22 of the 35 said it's not any different, we're still struggling.
That's bad.
Is this different and higher at the 20% level, 18%, and is different and lower, only 4. So we added 18% more people having problems.
Having problems or doing a little better?
This is different and a higher level of revenue is 18%, so they're doing better. Only 12%, 4 people are doing worse.
Right.
So
But if you looked at the people that 18% doing better, my guess is it's not a lot better.
No,
right. It's a slight improvement.
We're still having issues, but
still having issues.
Right. So
are you covering your costs?
Right.
You know?
So that's why I think we need to revisit. We need to revisit the questions and make sure that, and that's why you've got something. Maybe we should put the two together. I know Winnie Schiff from IAC was also forwarding this email to everybody in the city. So well, that's good. And we've got lots of comments about if your revenue increased over the course, please share what your cause was. Things like technology upgrades. We were doing ETP solely. We were losing a lot of revenue. We provide direct services. Staff reduction. Staff has learned more how to bill effectively. Productivity standards for all STEM staff have been increased. More efficient use of staff. Greater administrative oversight that's not a covered expense is causing the problems. So the things that we heard last time too are still prevailing, unfortunately. Please identify issues causing your agency stress in working to provide quality STEM services. The rate is too low. Coaches are billing for all billable, but they're not receiving enough extensions to support people. So that's communication issues. the combination of access and SEMP, how to manage that, reimbursement rate, part-time staff needs to be available for jobs that are found in the community. So it's a staffing kind of thing, I think, and as well as rates. And then, like we said before, how many are seriously considering not providing SEMP? We had 7 agencies actually out of the 35 say that they're not. When I looked at, I guess
they are considering not continuing.
That is correct. And that's an increase of 3 agencies from the original 5, because I double-checked and
Right. Okay.
So that was our challenge.
It's only half the number of respondents from the radio.
Not even half.
Right,
Not even
exactly.
complete.
So we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
So completed the survey for your agency. Hang on with it. If you're not completed it, we
Please do.
please encourage you to do that. But then, you know, I know Stephen and the other chairs of this council have talked about, now we're talking with Jim, and Jim to combine with ABSI's annual, but to really get at really doing this on a more regular basis, so you guys are almost, what questions we track perhaps are what you actually, the data you track internally at your organizations, to be able to give the retort back to OP when they say, oh, everything's fine. Well, no, not exactly. Here's what we have.
Right.
But if we're not asking you, in the scheme of things, to be collecting the data the way we want you to report it on a survey, we're maybe not helping anybody here. It's apple and oranges then when it comes down to stuff. So I think that was a very good suggestion. Yes?
Todd, it's Trish. I wondered, too, that one of the things that we're struggling with here is the new overtime rules. And people now, our CEO has basically mandated that everybody who's under the 47,000 go on to an hourly fee. So we've got everybody watching the clock very carefully now.
Let's do a little update on where we are with the whole new rule.
The overtime rule? Okay, let me try and set the stage. The feds had proposed this going back August with a rule that was supposed to take effect on 12/1/16. A federal court in Texas issued an injunction putting that on hold until a speedy trial can be had, which is not expected to take place until February or March at this point. So it looks as though, from the federal perspective, this is indeed on hold. And however, New York State, unbeknownst to many, almost all of us.
No, everybody.
Yeah. New York State, as part of the budget that was agreed to this year, included in the budget agreement in the law, in which they made the changes to the minimum wage, also changes to the overtime exemption rule, specifically here for New York State, moving on a rate that mirrors the changes that were proposed and ratified in law for the minimum wage increase. So as New York City moves to that $15 rate over a period of 3 years, the overtime exemption rate also goes up to, I believe it's $58,000 a year over that same period of time. Similarly, the other parts of the state, Long Island, Westchester as one separate area, and the rest of New York State follow that structure, if you will. And for those who need even more of the background, this is the overtime exemption rule, which essentially says the threshold at which staff must be paid overtime moves from X number, which I believe is like 34.4, if I'm not mistaken, here in New York State, to a new level, whatever that new level is. So the way that organizations need to deal with that is either to increase salaries to that new level so that you're not required to pay overtime to those staff who do indeed work overtime, or pay them overtime when they do work more than that, when they do work more than the standard full-time hours, if they are indeed below that new threshold. Again,
and that's
that
like
threshold
42,000 for this year?
Yeah, 42.
I don't remember.
I think it's like 42,000.
It depends on where you are, I think.
47,000. It's
No, there's changes. The federal one is on hold.
Right. The state one, I can get the structure and I report back, but I don't.
All right, so
the New York State one's different than the federal one.
Correct. It moves over a period of 3 or 6 years, depending on where you are in the state. Again, at the same rate that the minimum wage increase is.
And the New York State one doesn't kick till January 1, right?
January 1 is the effective date.
Right. So nothing really happened yet for December.
Correct.
However, Chris's point, I think, is that as we're working on these rates and we're looking at things, we cannot forget the effect of all that. That's the point.
Right.
Chris is
So how about we'll send out the update so we have clarity to the best of the degree possible on what the new rules are.
Well, we've done that.
Yeah.
In Friday Focus a few weeks ago, we wrote a pretty significant piece on that. We can certainly resend to people if people need that update.
Yeah, it's this group.
We can certainly do that. But it's kind of where that is at the moment. We are advocating with OPWD and OMH on where's the dollars to comply with this, guys. And there seems to be an awful lot of like.
So Chris, what's the impact programmatically?
Or OMH knew about it, frankly.
Chris, what's your impact programmatically when you're looking at this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just finding some things out while we're muted with Marta. Impact financially, well, already we've had to limit, because our CEO is basically going ahead with the federal model, as I believe they were given advice from a labor attorney. And so we've had to cut hours. We've had to cut hours with our day halves as far as the driving. We're shortening the day on our program Without Walls. We're limiting people with community hab who work in a regular program and then do a few extra hours in community hab. In supported employment, we always go over, and we used to give comp time. We are not allowed to do comp time anymore. And now our CEO is saying it has to be overtime. So that's another barrier that we're running into, because you can't do supported employment in a time frame, because anything can happen on the job, especially when you have new training or you just place somebody. There's always extra, and they want us to use flex time within the week. And there are so many barriers that we're hitting that we have our division over here in Milneck Services and the HR department and administration over there. It's almost coming to blows. I don't even know how else to describe it. It's like I can't even go, because they don't understand what we do. They don't get it, and it's just I can't even tell you the man hours that. So we're struggling. I say we have internal threats and we have external threats. And the labor distribution, they want all this labor distribution. We have 6 different employment areas. I mean, it's ridiculous. And try to, who gets what? If somebody works, we have one person who works part-time community having part-time job coaching. And now the dilemma was, well, where does his Relias training go? Where does his paid time off go? Which program gets it? Where does the overtime come from? It's just, yeah.
And that's because you can't hire full-time staff.
Yeah.
So you have to, if you find somebody who's good, you have to do these crazy sharing between departments, but get like one thing set up, but it creates 500 other problems.
And again, because we're dealing with folks who are deaf, we don't have a slew of part-time people we can bring in. We've got to find these really qualified, well-trained people, and it's such a dilemma.
Right. So another significant challenge: pay, hours, tracking,
right,
allocations.
I do have one other question from a member who couldn't join us today, but he was looking for any organization that is potentially using a competency wage system. With the changes happening in supported employment and the constant turnover in staff, I'm looking to explore different solutions. There's a lot of information on the internet, but if you know of a provider who is using a competency wage system, I'd be interested in talking to them.
Me too.
I have not even.
What does that even mean?
I don't know what that means.
He says it's on the
You
internet.
get paid more for the more competent you are?
I don't know. So
I think as we're going towards credentialing, as people start to become credentialed.
I'm
I
looking
think
at
this is a question about, you're paying your staff. So you would pay them more for the more education and credentials they achieve? Is that what this question's about?
I found something here. Competency-based salary structure. Competency-based salary structure is based on employee proficiency and expertise instead of factors such as seniority or tenure. Salary structures based solely on job competency have their advantages and disadvantages and are useful for setting wages for numerous occupations.
Sounds like a Webster definition.
It is. It's smallbusiness.com.
And this is Marty, those systems work best when you have enough of a wage range and a high enough range to be able to do that. when so much of our wages have been so compressed because of rate rationalization and all those things, and lack of, of increases through COLAs, that it's very, very difficult to do that type of system, as well as needing a much, much better performance system than many agencies have. And that's just been, that's my experience.
Thank you, Marty. I will share that with him.
Can I have a comment? It's Marta. I think that in the model, if we're doing testing, I would love to see some agency at some point, somewhere in the world, be, try to model what it looks like to not have your employees be the enemy and balance all the budgets on the backs of the employees. And there are models out there in business. Some of the fast food restaurants, Shake Shack, some of the, Starbucks offers college, and it's a successful business model. I would like us to, instead of continually, you get to a point where you really can't maintain a professional staffing if you continue to accept these compressions. So I think part of the models, part of the tests, I'd like to see like some sort of staffing or some staffing issues and elements be included in that. That's my concern.
So different business models for operating your organizations.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. One of the pressures that we have here in Tompkins County is every year the Alternative Federal Credit Union puts out what is considered a living wage, and it's something that is very accepted by our local community. Right now, if you're full-time and you get benefits, I believe it's like $14.30 or $14.40 an hour. And it would be, if we are looking at models, I know, looking at that concept of living wage and using that as maybe a baseline. Just because it has traction outside of just something that we're coming up with might be a good idea.
For Nassau County, a living wage is $13.89. With one adult and one child, it's $29.79.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, this kind of ties into Be Fair to Direct Care kind of whole campaigning and everything. There's a lot of effort going here, yeah.
And to the degree, to the degree to which we can point to the impact of the inability to recruit and retain high-quality people to do the work on these types of programs and supports, we need to incorporate that into the campaign. They are intricately related here. There's lots of discussion about the need for expanding services. I read another article today. Yes, we need to expand services. So who's going to provide the service? Like, where are the people to do the work? And the degree to which we can link these and
we have the money that case
would be very valuable. So to that point, though, if you have examples of things that you guys are needing to do as organizations that you're struggling with that are having an impact on the people that you support, we need to hear that. You need to not only hear that, we need to incorporate that into the larger messaging around the need for investments in the system.
Right. What about if we take a break for lunch and get back at 1 o'clock?
Yep. It's 20 minutes of the hour, so at 1 o'clock, we're going to leave lines open here. You're more than welcome to do that yourself. We'll be back at 1 o'clock in order to, I think we need to refresh, but come think about that. Yep, and then we'll continue. We have to still look at work. We'll finish this discussion, work center transformation, any news from OMH, some more federal updates on 14C and Ability 1 that I know, Stephen, you wanted to make sure we had a conversation around.
Yep.
I have an update on what VR is going to do around Section 511 on WIOA. And so it's worth coming back is my point, guys. So join us at 1 o'clock, take a stretch break, and we'll see you at 1. We'll leave the lines open. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see you at 1.
Before I leave, not right now, not
Yeah.
before I leave, let's go over the CRS,
How are you?
the access time.
You just missed all the sub-conversations.
I want to make sure I truly understand the advocate for it.
Yeah. No, it's just,
That's the only piece I really
I'm sorry. I'll try not to.
You'll
I'll try not to.
update me?
Yeah, I will.
it's all recorded too, so.
You can have lunch, though. You came just in time for lunch.
That's what I heard.
All right. That's a good administrator.
I had to get our rental cards because I live in Long Island next. There's
Oh.
no sense to backtracks.
I agree with that, yes.
And of course, it's longer.
But it's recorded too. You just sit, put it in your ear and you record all the
There you go.
But I'll never get a chance to do that. That's
Yeah, so you just find the time, right? Just
I'll just do that.
find the time.
So what did you can you just give me like a quick snippet?
So, there's lots here, but, yeah. We did an update, I did an update on the meeting that we had with Carrie and Company. Ann was she was very experienced with NYSRA as well, around an alternative rate methodology conversation, which followed the conversation that Jim actually struck up about the outcome payment group, or the, what they're looking, I don't know exactly what they're calling it, but OPWD has created a group looking at the concept of outcome payments within the,
I'm gonna mute
within
the
the
microphone in
sub-program
here.
itself.
Okay.
You're gonna mute us? Okay. Yeah. Within the sub-program itself, exploring that. They've got one representative from each DD
I know travel to Albany was probably not a good idea for many of you, but boy, did you miss a good lunch. So, okay.
As my grandfather always said, more for me.
More for me. I think all my grandfather. Okay, so not to leave supported employment, but it's a bigger topic than I think we could ever address here. We have come to an agreement, I think, amongst our conversation that NYSRA would like to see and support APSI to lead conversation with all of us behind APSI. So if you would, Jim's not available, discuss with him and then let me know what you'd like. To that end, we were just talking here as we were noshing about whether or not we could put our own smaller work group together to complement what you have shared is that 11-person group from the CDRO and stuff to complement you.
To support that group?
Well, that's what I'm thinking is if we create our own, I mean, it could be the full council if you want, or if there are people that are really willing to, beyond the group that you've already got, to be a part of another work team that you could shoot information to and get feedback from is what I'm thinking. So why don't I can send out an email to the entire EC list and say we're putting together a supported employment work team. It's going to complement blah, blah, blah. I can run it by you and we can make sure that's something that you're comfortable with. How's that? And then we move from there. And then that can cover the survey, that can cover what's going on with that work group. We can look at other kinds of things related to rate rationalization, the ADM, all that stuff can be a part of that whole agenda. But then I would really think we also go back to all of the other DD trade groups and say, if you want to work your own team, otherwise APSI will take the lead on this. So I think that sends a message to OPWD. My perspective. Yes, we're okay with that. Anybody on the phone disagree?
I actually like it a lot.
All right, if you do...
I understand the disempowerment piece, and I'm not happy about it, quite frankly, so I think that's right.
What do you mean by that?
I think actually it's just been, like, not a full partner on this with them. And I think this is an opportunity to demonstrate that there's
You guys do
value.
not provider associations.
No.
Have you guys made a formal request for that?
No.
I think maybe one.
We're included in some things and not in others.
Right.
Which is
It's
interesting.
just catch-can type of thing.
Yeah.
Just
Also, we are all volunteers. We have no paid staff.
Right.
I've been the treasurer for 23 years.
Right.
No one else wants to
In
say
New York
so.
City, it was more active at one point, but the Coalition of Mainstream Employment Programs, which we started up a long time ago. Fred and myself and a couple other people had a company in New York City. And that was all volunteers, and it really didn't get much bigger than that. And APSI grew bigger, obviously, you know, at that point. But you're right, from a volunteer perspective. But APSI is a national organization as well.
Correct.
You know, with a paid executive director nationally. So it is a little bit different. She was paid, right? Yeah.
But APSI also has...
Resigned and then came back.
Right.
APSI in New York also has members who are individuals who receive supported employment services, correct?
Exactly.
So that makes you a little bit unique.
Small percentage.
Oh, but still unique and different than the rest of us.
A great voice.
Yeah.
A really great voice.
Okay, so we will send that out shortly after the close of the meeting to get people who are interested, and then I will coordinate with Jim and Jim from APSIA on scheduled meetings of some kind or whatever, whether we do it webinar or whatever, with it, weather and stuff. We don't want to stop that. Okay. For that mini survey though, back on the thing, that is the link. We encourage you, please, even if you've not done it, when we talked about it, we still want your information in there, especially if you have something strong to say. Please don't hesitate to do that, okay? Thank you. All right, moving on. OPWD Work Center Transformation. January 6th, an important date in the life of work center providers of service. That is the date that you are to submit your plan for your transformation. Some during our Chill and Chat webinars asked, and so what happens if I don't send it?
Yeah, what happens?
We don't know.
Right.
We've not been told anything.
I'm not sure you get this.
No, not even a slap on the hand. What we basically were told was that eventually you lose your money. So that being said, I would still encourage you to put something in. If you are not ready to put a full plan in, I still think it's invaluable to get your ticket punched that you met the January 6th deadline to that end, okay?
I think the meat of this is they want to sit down with you
Right.
and go through it. I think that's the real work they're interested in.
And they're really interested in understanding what you're doing for people. I have been reviewing plans, and you're more than welcome as NYSRA members to send me a draft plan and I will edit and comment on it. I have, though, unfortunately received a few plans where the intent of the discussion, the intent of the entire document is to tell me about the business. Did you notice in the guidance for May 27th, it's the very last section where you choose and you say, I'm going to be offering a integrated business model 1 or 2. But they spend all the rest of the questions talking and asking how you're going to affect the lives of people. Please take note of that. That's what should be the focus of the plan. That's really all OPWD can and should be worried about. The integrated business model is an answer to New York's need to transition and transform from something to something else that still employs, supports, offers a day opportunity through the world of work for individuals with severe developmental disabilities. It's the, forgive me, and I'll never say that I said this, although it's being recorded, so I can still, I don't know how to it's a new name for an old system that now will meet the expectations of a home and community-based settings waiver. So when people say we're closing workshops, yes, there will no longer in 2020 be something called a workshop. But there will be an opportunity, if you meet the settings rule with everything that's going on, to have an integrated business that would then be able to still provide a 14C under Department of Labor, still a billing, a payment methodology to pay someone 14C wages. Okay? Got it. So please, technical assistance, we are still able, we still have funding through our BIP project to assist people through technical assistance.
So how many organizations currently in right now?
In what?
The BIP.
How many have availed themselves of
Yes.
services? We've had at different times through all the different webinars anywhere from 3 people on a call to 55 people on a call representing all different kinds of agencies. So we've had quite a nice response. We're now at the stage where people have completed the Employment Supports Assessment Tool. That is a mechanism by which you can trigger the ability to receive funding to support some of the heavy hitters in our consultant pool, like Logan Troper, SciTech, and others who are looking at the manufacturing end of things and how you do and set up your businesses, or what business you might even be considering, to the tune of anywhere between $5,000 and $15,000 of support. You must fill out the assessment tool, though, in order to trigger that. Unfortunately, because it is a Medicaid-funded project, I need a prescription, and the tool actually provides that prescription. Remember, though, that that tool also has been classified, has been developed specifically to help you answer all the questions that are part of the guidance from May 27th. So if you do the tool, unlike what we were just complaining about, you will not be doing twice as much work. You will be completing your plan at the same time that you are completing the tool. So, hint, hint. Okay. Any questions on Work Center transformation? Please don't hesitate to send me plans. Right now I'm working on 3, and they're going pretty good. So.
Anyone want to share how they're doing with it?
Yeah. I'd love to hear.
Anything interesting going on across the state? Obviously, January 6th, from the plan aspect, is relatively soon, but a lot of thinking's been going on. Any new business ideas?
What are you doing?
So,
Wait, someone's got something.
Go ahead. Who's there?
this is Stephen Crown from the Abyss. Working on this plan is a pleasure. I'd rather get 3 root canals and a hernia operation. The front half of the plan that OPWDD requested is very similar to a transformation we did internally several years back when we assessed everyone who was in our workshop in terms of options that they should consider, whether they were interested in going to employment or whether they were interested in going to a program without walls, or we have some people we support who are older who went to our seniors program. So that part was the more manageable piece of this. The more tricky part is the integrated employment model plan. So we opted we're opting for the one with the smaller amount of questions, which requires the largest amount of integration. We are very cognizant of the several places in the document where it talks about services that are co-located with other OPWDD programs are subject to a higher level of scrutiny. We're going to be putting together a plan that uses more of a, for lack of a better term, the Herkimer County business park model, where we will be transitioning out all of the day service programs. We already have 2 tenants in the facility, so we're looking to create a small assembly and packaging program and then market the rest of the facility to businesses in the community. We're meeting on Friday, for example, with an organization that operates a food pantry who may be interested in utilizing part of the building. And so I think that while we're going to give detail, I think that it's going to be conceptual with a preliminary budget, because we're more concerned about getting something to OPWDD, and we know how fast they turn around things, and we know that this is all new territory for them, even though they're driving the ship. So I'm not sure they're even going to know how to respond.
I would say, Stephen, this is Pat. I would highly recommend and encourage the exact plan that you're talking about, minus any kind of real operating budget. That's not a necessity.
Right. So there is a piece in the first half of the questions that talk about the impact of the transformation and how much is it going to cost you, to do certain things, and what is the cost of your space now, and what will that be? We're going to give a good faith effort to provide them, approximations of this. We spent a lot of time really, getting stuck, so we unstuck ourselves and left all of the money pieces, to the end, and we are plowing through with the conceptual piece of this.
It should be a plan for a plan. There is no need for you to have anything nailed down, specific whatsoever, other than we'll need increases, or we might need to keep the money that we have now. We're going to reassign it in different ways. Don't take anything that we have until we tell you whether we can afford to lose it. Those are the kind of statements that should be part of this initial plan. Nothing more needs to be that much detail.
Well, I will tell you, and I'm not sure how OPWDD will respond. We have 110 people, in our sheltered workshop at this point. We're enrolling every single one of them in pathways in a timed process, so that we are able both to staff it and also to be able to provide the services. It's a good thing for us to do, because with our aging population, as their productivity decreases, we're doing it gives us an opportunity to do a lot of life planning. They may never get to doing the exposures that are required by pathways, but it certainly will allow us to do new palms on everybody and do a boatload of discovery, and so as a result of this, there's going to be some good things that will come out of this, and that we will then, at the same time, be working on our Packaging Plus model, which is really a much leaner, much more business-focused assembly and packaging program, which will be like one of maybe half a dozen, businesses in the HRC Workforce Business Park.
Will that be integrated, Steve?
Well, so the Packaging Plus program has to be integrated. You need like 41%-ish of people who are not developmentally disabled. So it could be other people with disabilities. It just cannot be people with developmental disabilities. And in addition to that, we're looking to at least, if not spin off, operate our culinary services open to the public.
Chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah. So I mean, and part of the agreement that we will have with any potential tenant is that they, I want to include that they need to give our folks, first priority in terms of hiring. Other people have said, well, maybe they could do, pathway exposures here, or maybe they can do internships. I think that we have to raise the bar and say, we're looking for you to be part of the revolution here, and really make a commitment to hire people with disabilities, specifically developmental disabilities. And, since this would be, the first of a number of these business park kinds of things, you're going to get a lot of publicity because people are going to be coming in here looking at what we're doing, and outside in the front is going to be your name on the marquee, and they're going to talk to you as the business owner or the manager of the business. So, there's a lot of positive things that go along with trying to have a small percentage of the population be individuals with developmental disabilities.
Even there's a term in corporate business now that's called employee resource networks. And I was talking yesterday to a labor lawyer about helping us break into and learn more about how the state Human Resources Management Group is looking at their interest in diversity in a workforce in New York State. And so we're going to learn some more about how resource networks are set up, and I'm thinking that with your business model that you're describing, each one of these businesses could potentially be at the first resource network meeting. We used to call those business advisory councils, but for using terminology that now is more hip in the human resource world and the corporate world, if you were to consider a design with a employer resource network, and they were allowed to let you know what they're hiring and things that they need, the training, that kind of stuff. Still taking on that business model, just changing the name a little bit, like I said, to the 2016 version. But you're now inviting them to learn from you, but you also to learn from them on exactly what the field of their business models need and training. We were talking about pre-apprenticeship and apprenticeship programs earlier, things like that. We all believe we know, but until you ask the business owner what they struggle with, just like you all are struggling with staffing and that kind of stuff. So we're going to be working a little bit more on that here in the office through the connection that RTI has built with its own Resource Advisory Council, and sitting on that council are people from the business world to tell us what is needed out there so that we can bring you technical assistance on that. But it's a model that has been really developed for employees, but maybe there's a way to also spin this for calling it an employer resource network.
That sounds real good. And then what's going on now sounds good. Anyone else want to share anything on workshop transformation?
We're going actually the opposite direction.
That's okay.
At Rensselaer County, we talked about half a dozen different agencies, most kind of like Stevens that are buying businesses and doing like that. We started downsizing in 1990. We've gone from 150 people down to we're below 30 people now. I actually challenged Salon. I said, listen, our model, there's no sub-minimum wage, there's no Medicaid services being provided. It's under our agency's auspices. Why do I have to submit this? Because I said so. So,
because they're covering their Department of Justice. They're covering the Department of Justice.
We're down to a handful of people, basically. What will remain of our work center, we have 2 NYSRA contracts and 1 prime manufacturing, and we'll probably PO Donald Trump, or we're going to outsource some of our work and become a reseller. We can make 50% more profit that way. Some of our work is mechanized, so our staff will consist of 3 current production staff and probably 4 production assistance workers. 3 will probably be current people we support that have forensic backgrounds. So we're going to have the staff under 10 people, probably 8 people. We have to pay off our building. I have a buyer in line, a developer, for our workshop that we decertified 15 months ago. We're not at the price we want yet, but we're getting there. Our major approach, though, has been, given that the remaining people, everyone who's really readily employable has been working now for 3 years. Mm-hmm. So they're people with an average productivity of 13%. So employment's not a great option for most of them without intensive support. So most of the people have moved into Day Out Without Walls. Right now we're using our former workshop center thingamabob as a hub site temporarily, and they have no problem with that at this point. What it does for us, we're bleeding red ink. We're way beyond the tipping point with our Prevost program, but we're making money hand over fist, and they have walls. People who've been doing tabletop work for 20 or 30 years have a whole new life now. They're energized, they're active, their personalities are actually coming out more. It's been a great experience. I have MSCs calling me almost every day saying, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. The families are really happy.
So was it people that were a little bit older that when we're moving like towards retirement phase?
Well, we had a couple people that we brought in under that phase, but they were really in retirement phase. They didn't want to go out.
Right.
So those people went to some community providers that do just senior programming.
Got it.
So we're operating on a 1-to-4 ratio. Most of what we do is small groups of people in the community, volunteer work, classes, things like that. And in the afternoons, we have enough staff so we can do individual work with people that's much more tailored to their interests. So we're hoping in approximately 18 months to be done with this, and immediately be certified the next day, our small business opens.
Right.
And that'll stay in business until we either pay off the building or it's profitable enough that we retain it as a revenue generator for the agency. So I'm not sure how Salon will react to that, but
So be it.
oh well.
So be it. And that's the way you guys have to really think about this, is just put it out there. She's had already, there were 5 proposals that were submitted, and I don't know, Katrina, if you're still on, maybe you're willing to comment, but I know that you had a meeting, there was a meeting that Capabilities had with Ceylon. She sent a whole bunch of questions, so you know what they want to talk to you about when they call you to review your proposal. And it's really, I think, in many ways, again, to get a handle on, if I have to write a report to the Department of Justice that we are, in the state of New York, not needing them to come in because we offer choice and we offer integration and we are making sure that people are truly getting to do what they want to do, I have examples. I have a plan. We have plans that provide. That's what this is really all about.
I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to walk Salon through our remaining work center, and I had her visualize is that this part of the building is going to be vacant, maybe storage. This part of the building is going to be the small operation, and I said we're no longer going to do some minimum wage. We're no longer going to do Medicaid services. Why? Why would you do that? I said because isn't this about getting out of the workshop business? You know, and Medicaid services and workshop is, you know, that's pre-vote, site-based pre-vote, and sub-minimum wage is the only way most workshops could ever operate.
Right.
And we're beyond that point now. You know, since July 13, no one else has come in, and so that no matter what you do, you're going to downsize.
Yeah.
So we've accepted the inevitable, and
This is Katrina.
we're facing people.
All right. Are you at liberty to discuss how that follow-up went?
Yeah, we were, just to give people kind of a timeline, I guess, we submitted our proposal on August 25th, and we had our first phone call on November 30th. So, it took about 3 months. And there were 4 proposals.
You're really that full kind of guy, aren't you?
Sorry, Katrina, they were teasing each other. Go ahead.
So there were 4 proposals at the time that we submitted ours, so it did take a long time to get them reviewed. We did receive that list of questions. There was, I think, 21 follow-up questions that we received late in the afternoon the day before the call. A lot of the questions that we got, truthfully, and Salon shared this in the call, that various people read the plan and kind of questions were put together. And I would say that a lot of the questions we got that they want us to address, we're struggling to address because they were very clearly written in the plan, and it appeared that they asked questions without really reading the plan all the way through. We ended our call with, a lot of what we talked about was getting out of the 14C and creating a competitive wage jobs, doing some manufacturing work. we got a lot of question about why we would want to get out of the 14C, which, you know, I think with everything that's come out, it seemed like an odd question because it seems like that's what everyone wants us to do, but he really wanted us to go back and talk about getting out of the 14C and our justification for why we thought that was a good way to go. And then a lot of our plan was about this business that we were going to create, and the more we talked it through, a lot of the questions they asked about the services being provided to people, you know, it turns out we're going to really do a pretty significant revision to our plan and talk more about this concept we have of this business model. The other thing that, oh, and I just drew a blank, there was one other piece to it that I thought was really interesting that they were asking a lot about, related to our plan and what we were hoping to do. The biggest thing was they really felt that all of our services, so, you know, we get like many agencies, we get, you know, tens of thousands of dollars in LTSE and county-funded money for this workshop, and they really, it seemed to us that they seemed baffled that we didn't think that we could convert all that into Medicaid services. There seemed to be quite a bit of surprise that we were maximizing all the Medicaid services we currently could, and they seemed very surprised that we didn't think that, you know, everyone who was Medicaid eligible and could be getting Medicaid services, they seemed surprised that we hadn't already pursued that, and that everyone was maxed out and there was really no way to get Medicaid dollars in for what we were looking to do. That seemed to come as a big surprise to everyone on the phone. That was pretty much it.
Medicaid recovery, I think I need to do it to the state agencies before I do it to you guys.
Wow.
They're even more addicted than we are.
Yeah, yeah. You're just kind of commiserating here that my 12-step recovery program for Medicaid needs to go to the state before it goes to you guys. So.
Anyone else want to share? Although that seems to be a good kind of cross-section. Yeah.
What are you doing?
We're doing a lot, but we should probably move on, though. They're trying to do a lot anyway.
Okay. But I guess the point I think you're hearing is that it is all over the board. Don't worry about, there's no cookie cutter to this. This is truly meant to be how it works for your organization, and the key to this is our individuals having choice. They don't want what happened in Rhode Island to be. We remember back when that first happened, Ceylon, that was when we first had our first video conference, and she very much used that as the example. Too many of the things that were there seemed to be, you know, components of what she was finding in New York as she was doing her initial review, and she was fearful that we would be called to question. So if these are the kinds of things, let them ask the questions why you're not using Medicaid, why you're not. Now, interestingly enough, the 14C issue, which is on 2 slides where we can go there, because I don't think we've got it.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, I don't really have it. We were just going to ask if people had more to talk about in regards to that. Doug Rudman is still available to come out and do individual training on things, but this is really slow. Health home and enrollment and all that is still drawing very, very tiny numbers.
Can we do a poll question while we're looking at this?
Sure.
Is the poll woman still around? How many organizations are involved in the OMH rollout?
Right.
Let's just find out who's even
doing the hard service, the waiver services.
There's nobody really involved in this. It doesn't make a lot of sense to spend much time right now talking about it.
Guys, I'm not on the computer, but we're involved from Gemanio.
Would you like to share anything about it?
It's a mess.
Yes.
You know, the care coordination, the insurance folks I've had like 10 calls. We send in all this stuff about what we're going to provide and not provide. They don't, obviously hadn't gotten to them. The care coordinators, our care coordination is like totally like overwhelmed and demoralized. It takes, I don't know, what was 16 hours or whatever to try to complete all the assessments.
Right.
The initial assessment is only qualified for certain services. You know, I haven't gotten one call, and quite honestly, we're only offering the services that we think that we can blend into what we already do, because you can't afford to do any kind of
staff it in something new when you don't know how many people are coming.
Sherry, are you getting referrals?
Nothing's come through yet because it's so difficult for the care managers to do these assessments, and you have to have certain qualifications to do the assessments. And then, then the portal didn't work, and, so we're not getting any referrals. But then the referral basis, like example would be, I think in Westchester, there was like 1,000 people for the entire county eligible for the HCBS HARP, and then you have to eliminate anyone who's living in a group home, anyone who's living in an adult home. Okay, so now you're down to like probably a quarter of that, because if they're eligible for the HARP, means they have significant issues, multiple issues, and so many of those live in a group home or in an adult home. So, let's talk to me 6 months from now.
Okay. Anyone else have any updates?
Yeah, this is Chris. We signed up to do the two of the supported employment services, and we received startup money. We're in the process now of getting NPI numbers and joining with, I don't even know. We had Fidelis here on Friday. We're meeting with them. We had a very hard time even finding someone to help us, I guess a consultant to help us do that. The plan you have to submit. The
HCBS waiver?
Yeah, the plan, when you first get, you have to do, a viability plan, or you have to answer a bunch of questions on how you're going to do certain things. But we had a really hard time. I spoke with Doug, I spoke with others. We had a hard time getting anybody to give us advice on how to do it, because again, we're brand new to OMH. Even though we've been serving deaf people for years who we know have mental health issues, we've never really been in the system. So it's been a struggle, and we certainly don't want to have to give the money back. That was extended.
They started money?
Yeah, everybody got yes.
Yeah, we got $49,000 to get ourselves into position, and that does not include any IT services. That's a different grant that'll be coming. But what we learned from the Fidelis gal on Friday was that it's just not even happening in the city. That it's as Sherry said, there's a lot of confusion. It doesn't seem to be connected. But that's just one entity that we have to involve ourselves with. And
yeah, there's a number. There's Beacon, Fidelis. Beacon's a big one. But there's very few people being referred through the system.
Yeah.
Right. And then yesterday when I was at the Bonadeo corporate compliance training, they really threw out a lot of stuff that is kind of concerning, because apparently when you join these health homes and all of that, there's other compliance requirements that might not necessarily even be evident to you, and that upon audit you could really be in trouble. Because sometimes they subcontract with others, and you wouldn't even know what the requirements are for eligibility, which changes for each one. So, they were cautioning us yesterday on tread very carefully on how you proceed, and make sure that you ask, millions of questions. So that was a real concern. And I don't know. And again, we're very new to this, so we certainly want to do it, because we know with the closure of FEGS that there's a lot of deaf people out there that need help, who we know we can serve, because that's our expertise is employment. But interfacing with the system, I think, is going to be hard for us, because we don't know the system well. Well, that's where we are. I can keep you posted when we know more.
Yeah, please do. Please. Especially because it's a specialty population that if we need to raise some consciousness with Bob Myers, I'm sure we're game to do that. You know that. So.
Okay, I know, Pat. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else like to share?
This is Marty. We've you know, I mean, upstate, obviously, this just started. Things went fairly smoothly contracting with the MCOs, and so the two major ones that we will work with in our county, we have contracts in place. I think we're fortunate. Our health homes actually operate fairly well up here, and we already work with them through people who are you know, who already are connected with that. So that hasn't been a problem. We have not gotten any referrals yet, and I'm not holding my breath. There are I think 284 people eligible in our in our area, and I just when I was at the NYSRA conference, I talked for a long time with the folks down at Goodwill in New York City, New Jersey, and their advice was I thought was very helpful, and we're sort of kind of following what they did. We just offered the services we already offer, and what I'm doing is if and when we get a referral, is that we will, we're assigning them to our managers, and the managers will work with them, figure out what to do, and then we'll use that as kind of a staff training model, because this way we're really not allocating any extra resources, or even depending on the money coming in. If it does come in, it's kind of extra in the budget, and that's how we've approached it.
So for the organizations that are involved in the OMH upstate or even downstate operations at this point with the rollout and trying to get rolling, is there anything more that NYSRA can do from this employment group to assist with this? AHRC is an agency that's trying to get involved in this a little bit, and we are struggling, with understanding the contracting process and being comfortable enough to kind of move in and health homes and kind of the whole notion. And would some sort of kind of monthly work group or, some kind of way to make this make some sense, maybe help us?
You could be game to, easily.
It doesn't have to be an in-person thing, but an opportunity just to hear what's happening and how maybe organizations are finding solutions to some of this and get up and running.
Yeah,
I think that would be a great idea. I do. It's, so far, I've been the one, taking the lead on this because, everyone's so overworked. But if we had a call to see where everyone is at, I can have, get my supervisors involved, the ones who are going to have to actually deal with this.
I think that will be especially helpful both in this preparatory stage, but also once people start getting referrals, so we can all learn from each other and not repeat the same mistakes over and over.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the things.
Can I just ask also, are any of you being receiving and then participating in the MICTAC technical assistance stuff that's being offered?
We're a large behavioral health provider, so we have a lot of involvement, of staff with that. I'm not the lead for this, because my pros director is for the agency. But the MICTAC stuff is overwhelming in how much is there, and so it's kind of like, okay, what you could be on a webinar every day, so it's kind of like what one would really be the right one.
Okay,
for people to listen to.
That's what I wanted to know. That's what I wanted to know. So I can work with Doug to make it into digestible bites. That's all. Okay.
Right. So maybe we'll try to get it rolling in January.
A great idea would be which ones, because they're all archived. Which ones would be the right one for the supervisors who have to do the boots on the ground work for employment?
Yeah.
For the employment, they call it an employment suite. So employment includes supported ed, pre-voc, intensive support employment, and ongoing. There's 4 of them. All right. So what ones could we benefit from having people enroll? Because to me, it's just
it's constant, overwhelming. I don't know which ones to have my staff do.
I understand.
So if we send out a little email to everybody and then asking for organizations that want to be part of this to get back to Pat,
yep,
then we can kind of figure out, how large of a group this is and kind of plan it out and do exactly like that, sure, which things make sense, how to organize this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Doug Ruderman can kind of help facilitate and consult this for us.
He and or Len Statham may also, from our colleagues from IAPRS, could also assist us.
I don't think it's a huge group of us, and I think that could make a nice, intimate
Right.
TA kind of support here.
Right.
Really,
Thank you for asking. That's good.
It's a
Okay.
great point.
Okay, good.
And I think any recommendation on the webinars or that you could recommend that you found helpful would also be timely at this point for us. Sherry.
Never. I haven't done too many of them, quite honestly. I was so busy.
Chris, let me work with Doug. He also now sits on our Resource Advisory Council for RRTI, so
Okay. Awesome.
He promised to help. Okay.
And it might be appropriate to pull in Nicole from your conference. What's her name? From OMH on this.
Yeah.
Blanking on her name. So for some of this conversation.
Okay.
All right. Moving along.
Yeah, moving along. We got to, all right, just a few more federal updates. The WEO, I just want to remind people that there's frequently asked questions that are being posted regularly at Department of Labor. If you're feeling behind or thinking you've forgotten something or missed on something, this is a great website to go to. And we just wondered if anybody else, we've had great discussion so far on a lot of different things, but, one-stop work? Anybody working with the one-stops, looking at stuff, thinking about stuff? WEOA playing out?
Are people getting updates on what's going on with WEOA?
Are you playing with Department of Labor is my point. Okay.
So
we're involved with the one-stops, but I don't know, Marta, are they sharing with WEOA info? No, not really, right. We have our job clubs at the one-stops.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking this, not only just because we want you to share, but we also want to know the work, what we might need to do with NIATEP. So go ahead. I hear a male voice. Go ahead.
Ed.
Is it you, Ed?
Seems like there's a lag.
Yeah, Ed's going to delay. Ed, you there?
No.
Okay. Well, if you do, we can still talk about it.
Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. A Department of Labor 14C.
Goodwill has a 7-second delay.
We're very involved with WEOA.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting to the end of the meeting here. Let's hold it together, guys. There's still a few more things here we got to do.
Mr. O'Donnell, you have the floor.
All right. All I was saying was simply that sort of due to the nature of the kind of organization Goodwill is as compared to a lot of others, we're fairly involved in WEOA. Goodwill in Bethesda, Maryland, which is sort of the national office, provides a lot of information in that. Our new CEO, Katie Golstiggy, was head of workforce development for the city of New York, sort of over HRA, SBS, things like that. So we're fairly, intensively involved in that and sort of stay on top of the policy issues.
Well, certainly I will tap you more often then, Mr. O'Donnell.
So, with that, there's a significant amount of, federal guidance that is coming out, on WEOA and different aspects of it. And what we wanted to do was, at the very least, kind of bring it to make sure it's clear on everyone's radar screen. The first part clearly being the 14C impact.
Yep. And there's actually, it's important to note that there's some new DOL guidance, and we'll need to watch this in 2017. They issued guidance with respect to the use of 14C in accordance with the federal and state law. The U.S. Department of Labor's regulations interpreting 14C contemplate that a state may adopt its own standards and prohibit the payment of sub-minimum wage to workers with disabilities. The regulations specifically provide that no provision of these regulations or of any special minimum wage certificate issued thereunder shall exclude excuse noncompliance with any federal or state law or municipal ordinance. So basically, under the Fair Labor Standards Act, states now can establish higher requirements. Section 14C does not preempt a state law prohibiting the payment of wages less than the state minimum wage to workers with disabilities. We have a governor who's focused on minimum wage. We have a governor who's trying to figure out how to use employment first. At this point, there's no indication that the state will talk to that, because we certainly have OPWD with a guidance saying that 14C is still available. We have set-aside law still in place where 14C is still available. I think there's probably still enough things going on in the state of New York that we won't see that become part of anything promulgated this year. That being said, it may be in the future. And so, you know, when you were talking earlier, Jim and others, about the use of the 14C wage, and OPWD asking why not.
I'm on the phone.
They may be gathering data. They may be gathering information to be able to give a report back to. They are all, the Employment First Commission is the commissioners or their designees from every state agency that provides funding for employment support. It's a part of the discussion. So we need to pay close attention to that. I've always said that we wouldn't see the demise of 14C until we saw state and federal government willing to pay full price for everything that it buys from our providers. But who knows? Who knows? So the key here, the reason I say that I don't believe we will see any of that is because, indeed, Access VR under Section 511 is required to provide vocational counseling to any individual who is being paid at a 14C. They have to have that done by July of 2017, and they have a plan for that. And actually, it's the next slide, but I can do it now if you want, since I'm there. Here's the game plan of what's going to happen. This is their plan. It's not set in stone, but here, there's some highlights there so you can follow it. The Central Office Resource Development Unit staff person has actually been assigned as the lead liaison to all of the agencies. And then each agency, a district office staff person is being assigned to partner with the central office liaison. So they've got someone from central office working with each district office to work with each of you. The chart of all agencies has been updated to reflect contact information. Most of that has come from us, from NYSRA, because of the work that we were doing under the BIP project. So it's very focused on DD agencies, but they also have the list that they've gotten from the U.S. Department of Labor as to who's been certified to offer 14C wage, which includes not just DD agencies. There's still quite a number of other organizations that have a 14C participation. The staff from the central office will be calling all agencies beginning this week, and this was actually sent to me 2 weeks ago, so I'm intrigued to find out if anybody has received any kind of calls yet from central office, or are they still far behind. The intent there is to introduce themselves, find the correct linkage person. We basically were giving them the people that we got from OPWD, and then what we'll find out from there. And then they're going to ask these three things. Is your agency aware of the new requirements? Has your agency identified the people who will still be earning some minimum wage? Because they have something like 8,000 still on their list. I don't believe, listening to even just the three scenarios that you guys gave me, that number is as big as they think it is. And then, do you wish to have Access VR come to your site to meet with people? Because, indeed, that's what the requirement asks for, but they're certainly more than willing, if you want to bring a group to them, to have a group session on their site.
But they have to be individual too, right? Right.
Yeah, so they're worried about space, they're worried about capacity of the issues to be discussed. They may not be able to reach everyone with one visit. They're processing issues that need to get discussed, getting information, and setting up the visits. They don't have administrative staff to do this.
Who's their resource development unit?
I have no idea. That was a new one that I thought. But this is Michelle Barlow. We had the separate webinar after the last meeting with Michelle. She is supposed to be overseeing all of this, and they were originally going to hire temps to do all of this work, and then they realized that maybe that really wasn't going to happen. Plus, the budget unit of Access VR and State Ed basically said, we don't have temp agencies on the list that meet the MVW NWPE, so we can't really do it that way. You're going to have to use your own staff. So
So we
that's
don't,
correct.
someone's on the phone,
Marty,
Yeah, please.
Michelle Barlow called last week,
Okay.
and basically followed what you had on there. She was very relieved to know that due to all of the work with NYSRA and everything else, that we knew as much or more than I think she knew about this. And basically, we just talked about a process for them to come down, to meet with, what they're planning on doing is, is coming down, first meeting with, a larger group, and then she and another person will then be sitting down and meeting with people one by one. We talked about all the issues of individuals who might not be able to sign the papers because they're not their own, they're not their own guardian. And I also talked with her about trying to work on this on a regional basis and look at what other agencies are within, an hour driving distance, because she will come down to each agency, 1, 2, 3 days, but not all the people will be there on those days. So figuring out ways that while they're still in the area, they can come back and meet people on the days that they, that they are in. It sounds like a ridiculous process.
well, you know what, if Marty, hang on just one second. So the way the guidance from the United States Department of Labor on this, and there's an enforcement document as well, right? So just now this is the if an employer does not meet requirements for the payment of some minimum wage, all right, so what that means is if you don't comply with this for all existing people that are in the 14C program by July 22nd, 2017, if you continue to use the sub-minimum wage 14C certificate from an out-of-compliance perspective, they're going to go back and make sure you pay everybody at the full, whatever that minimum wage is in your area, kind of going back. So there are some significant penalties. And the other way the enforcement kind of reads is that the training opportunities may be provided under applicable federal or state programs or other sources, but must not be provided by an entity that has any financial interest in the individual's employment outcome, including any entity which holds a 14C certificate. And this is supposed to be an annual type thing. So should the state be setting this up as if it's a one-time kind of shot in the dark, when this really is an annual requirement now?
Well, I don't. They're aware that they have to do this every year.
They're going to actually go out to bid.
So, but what's the real process to do it then?
Right now, the focus needs to be on their concern, Access DR's concern, especially since they oversee the state set-aside process, which they know uses a 14C wage in order to sustain itself, is to legitimately create the opportunity and the energy around meeting with many, if not all, to be in compliance, because the comment that was shared with me was that they hope to start reaching those individuals that work the most hours, have decided that loosely corresponds to those most able to seek other employment if they so choose, and those working very few hours are not going to cause significant risk for an agency if they've not received the documentation by July. So I'm a little concerned by that last statement, which is what ties into what you're saying, is that this is a stopgap method. They're trying to at least meet the expectation. They have no idea how many people they actually have to interview. They have no idea the capacity of the individuals that they have to meet with. They're relying on agencies. So there's two ways to look at this. Each agency, I'm fearful that the government is not going to, they're going to care, but they're not going to worry if, as based on this, that if they don't get it all done by July, the July date, oh well, your problem, not mine, because Access DR in general doesn't agree with 14C anyway. Stopped having the whole placement into workshops many, many years ago as a standard outcome. So this is a pain in the neck to them. That's really what it comes down to. So they're going to do their best effort. So it's on you as an agency. If you're still needing and seeing the value of paying someone with the 14C wage, when the call comes, make it work so that you get the documentation so that you can have it. If you're an organization that is no longer using 14C, then one, they're done, but two, you don't have, then you can go to the bottom of the list if you want to, still have some people, I don't know.
Well, no, if you're not using 14C, then this is really a non-issue for you. This aspect of it is not a worrisome piece. It's for your existing 14C people.
Yes. And the potential, if you choose to still use it, if it's allowed in New York State. I would also propose that, again, once this is all done and together, since there is an Employment First Commission where they all share information, once they come to find out how many are still using or not using, there's a propensity that New York could say no more 14C wages will be paid in New York State. I think NYSRA would have something to say about that. We would have to obviously look at that as well to figure out what our position is. But right now, my recommendation is that, excuse me, if you're talking, could you mute your phones, please? We can hear background noise. Thank you. That we look at the ability to push this issue and help organize it. Hence the reason I gave them all the information that I gave them. I was like, what do you need else? What else can we do? That kind of thing.
Right. So, and anyone else want to share anything on this topic?
This is Katrina. So it's interesting that Marty and I are with the same district office. I received a phone call Monday from Joe Tedesco at Access VR. I also received a phone call from someone for the Commission for the Blind inquiring about the numbers of people that I have. And it looks like Joe is planning to come to our agency late March, early April, and do the individual meetings with folks. I could ask the question, if we as an agency were no longer using the 14C, if you still needed to come, he said if you manage to get yourself out of your 14C wages before the end of March, let me know and we'll take you off the schedule. So,
no, unfortunately, your comment though about Commission for the Blind, of course it's a state agencies that work for the governor work differently than state agencies that don't. So although they're in the business of VR, the two of them are not doing these things together. So if you have individuals who are blind and are getting paid at a 14C, then the Commission for the Blind has a requirement to actually in our state come out and do the meeting, and VR will do for those that are eligible under VR. It just, I don't understand it. Even they are perplexed, but Lisa is perplexed as to why the Commission decided to go out on their own and not coordinate it. But hell, that's the way it goes. So.
Okay, so that's the 14C aspect of this. The training that they talk to, does it have to be individual or is group an acceptable outcome?
No, group is definitely acceptable.
Right, so you could kind of set this up with groups and everything, but there is some danger by not getting it done, certainly. Another kind of
the best part about, unfortunately, and please don't take this the wrong way, the best part about that there are no quality controls on the way in which this information is presented to individuals. So if your agency is, what Steve talks about in regards to the agency, they could not just hand this over to you guys to do, because again, they have to make sure that people are truly getting vocational counseling that's offered from the VR system. In the future, they're anticipating releasing an RFP, and there will have to be a conflict-free capacity to it. But if your entity or an entity chose to be the purveyor of that information in the future, you could consider that as a new business to do. So, but for now, they've got to actually come out and do it. So.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Quick question, Pat, that just occurred to me. How will they know that I'm giving them all the people? Where are they going to have a list with them of everyone that's? Are they going on my good judgment that I'm going to provide them everyone to meet with?
They've been given a list of the agencies. They've also potentially gotten a list of, each of you file reports and identify people by first and last name or last initial. So that's some of their dilemma, is whether or not they're getting complete lists. But in essence, you as the employer, as the company that holds the 14C, this is on you to make sure that that every person that needs it has got a documented vocational counseling report. It's not on the government's part. So if you're not giving them the right list, then you're the one that will be scrutinized by Department of Labor later.
And if on a look behind, if they find that you missed 10 people, you may be required to pay a wage on those 10 people.
Absolutely.
Back to the point.
So it's back on you as the business owner.
Yeah, so you want to make sure you capture everybody.
So then we should require that when they do come, that they're providing us copies of all the forms that are being signed.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Definitely. Definitely.
Michelle said they're planning on doing a large group meeting and then meeting individually with each person. So that's
overkill at their thing. So you have every right to, I think, identify for them who's capable of handling a one-on-one and what exactly will be done in that one-on-one. If the cognitive capacity of the individual does not make sense to do in a one-on-one because it, just what for, that's your advocacy for your be the HR director, if you will, as to what's best for your employees.
Yeah, I also asked, because I was curious. We have a couple of people who are, slowly on their path to retirement, who are in their, mid to late 70s, who are working 2 half-days a week, and who knows by the time they get here if they even will be working. And it was like, yes, we have to meet with everybody because Access VR does not discriminate based on age, which I just thought was a little interesting.
Well, they have to say that, but they're certainly eager to not necessarily have to do heavy-duty stuff with anybody that's not thinking that a VR goal is in their future.
And maybe the individual may choose to have a more in-depth individual discussion, or maybe the family, or maybe you. The big thing is to get the documentation. And then we also, from a state association standpoint, try to help set up a system that's going to work for everybody. The idea that they're going to go to a group and they're going to capture everybody that day, it's not going to happen. There's people that are out, people that are unavailable. So, what's the next step?
That's why I talked with them about looking at this regionally, because if somebody's out for 2 days, if they're working, going around in the region, then it'd be pretty easy for them to stop, for them to, go back and forth between agencies, which would probably make more sense.
Right. Also maybe they have to set up a capacity on a monthly basis within each Access Fest district office. Some way that if people were missed or an opportunity to go back, even if you got to bring them over, at least there's a way to get it done. Or they go with their family, just some way to kind of make sure it's available.
I think the key here is that if we leave it only to them to do, it will not get done to the extent that we need it to get done. So when you get that call, please assert yourself to take care of your own employees. That's the key here.
I offered to Michelle Barlow that it might make sense when they come to an agency that a counselor who knows the person, familiar with them, sit down with them.
Mm-hmm.
Because the two people from central office are strangers. And I've said for 3 years now we've been downsizing, getting ready for whatever's next in a person's life. This is going to be really confusing if you start talking about, you could be in competitive employment. If they've already agreed to kind of a path to retirement.
Right.
She said she was non-committal at that point. This was back at the NYSRA conference.
Yeah.
So I would advocate for having a staff person sit in, just so the person understands what they're talking about.
Yeah, we talked about the fact that we would have staff there, and she had no concern about that. And I mean, otherwise it was, the situation would be totally ridiculous.
More ridiculous than it is.
Now, some people will be identified as, perhaps they should move on to other things, right?
Yes.
It's not going to be everybody rubber stamp to stay put where they are and continue.
No, that's true.
So, did they talk about what happens then?
They're going to make them eligible. They're going to work to get them an application.
Right. Can the agency continue to support them in the 14C setting? Has that been addressed at all?
Not to the degree of how that would work.
Wow.
So.
Right. This is, everyone's not going to be okay, stay.
Yep.
There's going to be a couple of people that are going to say, I want to go out, right? Even if it's
Let me follow up with her and see if she has, again, we did the one webinar, we could always do another quickly to kind of do updates.
Now,
Okay?
the next time we always kind of point, and it kind of ties to the CRS contract update a little bit, is I was down with some of the Source America people about a month ago, and they were distributing what they were calling, and it's an interpretation, on WIOA, final regulations and RSI guidance, Rehabilitation Service Administration guidance, and looking for some clarification on what's deemed as an integrated setting and how a Source America job, which is similar to a NYSRA job in New York State, would be viewed, and whether or not it would be viewed in a way in which RSA, Access VR dollars, could then be spent towards treating it as a job placement and supporting jobs through, under the WIOA program. What does a set-aside job look like? Will it be deemed a job that meets the standards that Access VR will look at? RSA is giving some interpretation and some states some latitude, but there was a very strong feeling from Source America, which is multiple states across the country, that this is a grave concern, and looking for real clarification so that Source America jobs will actually be allowed to have rehabilitation dollars to support them and have job coaches and whatever else might be needed to support a person. So one of the things that we've been discussing in New York for quite a while is a problem with certain NYSRA jobs not being valued as full job placements, half credit group placements and things like that. And what I'm just trying to bring to the attention of everyone is that this may be an issue that will ripple to New York State, because it's rippling through Source America and the federal job program, which is very similar to NYSRA. So I don't know if you're hearing about this.
Is the ability one question, in a nutshell, the issue of the meeting the home and community-based settings rule?
Not the home and community, no. A whole different look at it, but very similar.
Okay.
It's the competitive integrated employment standards. And guidance, it's too detailed to go through right here, but regulatory guidance goes back years on how RSA views integrated settings.
Right.
And we had the same discussion in New York State on jobs across different parts of New York, and whether or not certain jobs would be viewed as job placements in integrated settings. So it's potentially a very big issue.
Well, we still haven't gotten the final say from COCO in regards to our the NYSRA business partner process too.
Right.
I mean, they still have not come out with a final say from that.
So
okay, we'll keep that on.
I just want to kind of keep that on everybody's radar screen that this could be an impact issue. We're going to see the CRS RFP. When about? A couple of months.
It was supposed to be early the first quarter. Who knows? Who knows?
But there could be some language in there that is impacting the NYSRA program and job placements through NYSRA.
Well, maybe we ask before we get the CRFP. Okay.
Is anyone hearing anything about this issue at all? No, huh? Okay. We'll try to find out.
I've got, oh, okay, actually, this has to do with something else. So, Kim Albert just chimed in and said if we can back up to WIOA just a minute. Has anyone on the NYSRA Council reviewed the report from the Advisory Committee on Integrated Employment that came out on 9/15/16? Thoughts on Source America / Ability One being targeted as encouraging segregated employment opportunities for individuals. Advisory Committee on increasing competitive integrated employment for individuals with disabilities.
That's tied to this. That's exactly.
It's all connected, and we're raising it as a concern.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, more of those. I mean, if it's a job, if there are Source America jobs that pay 14C wages, those will never be seen as integrated. I don't think any of us would advocate that way. But there are many of the jobs that are paid that.
Very, very good ways.
Amazing with benefits, but because of the 75-25, there's question being raised that the appropriate ratio to identify integration, and I'm like, it looks like a duck, and acts like a duck, and then why isn't it a job? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the same conversation we had with Access VR how many months ago?
Hey, can we do another poll question and we'll answer the other one? Can we ask members that are kind of still with us this afternoon, how many have NYSRA service contracts that could be impacted by the WIOA rulings?
Okay.
And we didn't share the answer to the last question though either.
No, we did not. Caitlin, do you want to do that?
Question.
Hold on, wait. NYSRA service contract that could be impacted by what?
Let's answer the last poll question first.
She's in the middle of writing this one. So
Finish right the question.
How many NYSRA members on the right now still with us today have NYSRA service contracts that could be impacted by the WIOA regulations?
Thank
Steve, I just
you,
wanna
and then I'll hold on, let me launch that, and then we'll go over the other one.
have a question here too. We don't have NYSRA service contracts, but we have placed people onto jobs that are supervised by NYSRA service contracts.
Same impact.
They're individual placements.
Same show.
Let's say in the courts, but we don't hold a NYSRA service contract ourselves.
Right.
But you're the coach for the individual who's working for another agency who holds the NYSRA contract?
As of this moment, you're okay, but it could be an impact down the road.
Yeah, that's the concern. Is it or is it?
It's what could be an impact down the road. We had issues in New York State, in different parts of the state, but not consistently kind of interpreted that way, where certain agencies were not getting placement dollars and full rehab money because of NYSRA settings being interpreted as non-integrated.
Right. So how do you want us to answer this? Yes or no?
No, I just not answering.
Yeah, you don't have a service contract. Only if you hold this.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll get the answer. What's the answer to the last poll, Kate?
What was the question?
I
What was the
actually
question?
can't see it yet until we close this poll, but it looks like people are done responding to this one.
I think there's how many mental health are involved in the OMH rollout, right?
Yep, the OMH rollout.
And it's most of us. Interesting.
It was kind of an even split, actually. I'm pretty sure the results were like 54% said yes, 47% said no.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, enough the people we had 40 people. So
All right, and with this one, almost half of this group has chimed in at this point, and 67% say yes, they have a NYSRA service contract, and 33% say no.
Okay, so it could be a pretty big impact for people.
Yep.
It just jumped 70-30 now.
Like election results.
Right. Real time. You're going to stay until 3 a.m. watching these results too, right?
It means nothing. How's Western New York reporting in?
could you advance the slide for me?
Yeah, we're because I was on the GoToMeeting.
Oh, I see. All right, you go one more. We already did this.
All right, I'm going to close this poll now and open up the results from the other one so I can give you guys the accurate information, but there you guys can see. Here's the results for this one. 64-36.
In favor.
That's the pros. That's the pros.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the MH stuff. Okay, cool.
Yeah, the other one, the OMH rollout is 57% said yes, 43% said no.
57?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, 57% of 30% of the people that were on the call.
Okay.
All right.
Still has 15. That's a little more than 15. Okay, so the last thing we want to talk about here today, to chat about.
Well, on Access VR,
Oh, go ahead.
anyone hearing anything? The contract year is kind of ending again, right? December 31st. New authorizations should be issued for support and employment and other CRS services for January 1st. Anyone hearing anything on new authorizations? Anyone received new authorizations yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Anyone concerned about this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
There's a meeting going on up there today, though, so maybe we'll hear something.
Bill Schultz are you still on the line? This past week or so, you were at the State Rehab Council. Was any of this raised there?
Bill, we can't hear you if you're talking. I'm looking to see if you're even on. You are on, but we can't hear you.
All right, well, when you connect, you can share with us if there's anything new from the State Rehab Council.
Okay, so we need to kind of find out for everybody what's happening with that.
Mary Lou from Achieve says that we have received new authorizations from Access this week.
They did receive.
Oh, good. That's me. Broomfield. Cool, Mary.
Where are you from?
From Broome, Tioga.
Okay.
So they're up to the bees.
Central New York.
That's one way to look at it.
Of course.
It's Achieve.
Okay.
Of course, because everything upstate is better.
We're going to start with that.
The grass is always greener on the other side.
Are we certainly ever going to live up here, Chris?
Just had to say, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
Move into the next one. All right, Ron.
I have one more question. What about increased CRS rates, specifically the wage pass-through, now that the minimum wage is $11, not $9?
We'll do a poll question. Who thinks there'll be a CRS increase?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is...
It might be. They talked about it over and over again, but when's our next provider group? We didn't set up those meetings yet.
Probably the springtime sometime.
Okay. All right, I'll follow up
I think
with
it's
that.
unlikely that there's an increase, but I guess you never know. The last time there was an increase, but it was so small you could barely see it.
I don't think so. I mean,
It was like the
we fought tooth and nail.
It was like
We fought tooth and nail to get some of barely even there, so.
Yeah.
This is Katrina from the Southern Tier.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've got some new authorizations, and I just got an authorization today for somebody who's getting the 958X, the Provider Assisted Community Work Experience. Speaking of rates, this authorization is for the last part of this month and then into 2017, and the rate goes from $12 to $13 an hour for that rate code.
Right. That has to go up, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, that part has to be adjusted. You can't pay less than minimum wage.
Oh, but that was Ed's question, is there actually going to be an increase? So, looks like there is. Thank you, Katrina. Yep. But I'll follow up with Frank to see if I can get some more stuff and if he's even willing to do an hour, webinar or call or something, okay? I put out the email, I didn't get a response there.
Someone else was trying to say something.
Ed, I thought.
Okay. Interrupt us if you have to. All right, the last piece here is on, since WIOA plan between labor and BR is re-emphasizing the role of youth, we wanted to not let that go here and decide what we will or won't focus on for 2017 around youth services. We had talked at the last meeting that there seemed to be a need to re-energize a youth work group to kind of pay attention to what's going on. Our Institute in September was a success, but now we've been approached by NYSRA in regards to collaborating with them. We talked briefly, we had an hour meeting with them where we talked about the potential of actually putting the two events together into one, and it became very clear that we're not ready for that yet. That there needs to be then instead a bridge of rehab and students with disability issues brought to their youth academy, and in similar vein, the information from youth and labor to our institute in September. So that's what's going to happen probably in 2017 at this point, but we would certainly love members to help us write that story. The NYSRA Academy is in March. So that's being written as we speak right now. But if people they're actually taking presentation ideas now. If you have anything or are interested, you can certainly do it yourself just by going to the website, or you can certainly get a hold of Michael and I. But then we would be looking to also build our Youth Institute in September by integrating some of the pieces that they have. So we've also been approached by the Department Office of Mental Health. Michael and I have a meeting with the gal tomorrow that is in charge of youth transition services for students with behavioral health needs. She's intrigued to find out what we're doing. Most of transition discussion at the Office of Mental Health has always been around the transition from the RTF, the residential treatment facility, back to their own community. And school is a piece of it, but nothing that's really big. We know from what we started why the Institute actually became part of our offerings was because the DD providers were being asked from school districts, you do a great job with kids with developmental disabilities, but I need help for these kids that have behavioral disabilities. How am I going to deal with them? And the DD provider wanted to learn more about the mental health service spectrum. So we've been working on that, but maybe there's still a need to do some more stuff. So I just think, and then with CDOS Credential for All, and then with CTE and apprenticeships, and they're just this fascination with youth. I would really highly recommend that we add to the mix here a work group on youth services in general towards the world of work.
What happened to that group? Is it still functioning at all?
No.
Okay.
Which group?
No, we had a small work group. Jim Scott had offered for a while, but he's been doing a bunch of new things, and I think there's other people that are now part of the group that it might be worth just, I'll throw it out, an interest. We'll pick a date for the first group to join, and then we'll, if someone raises their hand and is willing to take on the lead, then that so be it. But it's a different animal than it was in the past. We were just focused as NYSRA on school to work. Now youth under WIOA is such a huge emphasis that in and of itself it could become its own council, if you will, at some point in the future. Who knows? You know, I mean, we tend to keep this employment council and a youth piece in it, but the youth piece is growing and growing. It might be worth doing that. So it'd be fun, I think, to embrace members looking at what does this all mean, and then what.
Maybe if at our next meeting, we actually can devote a significant amount of time to youth and
That's
really
fine.
kind of, think it through with everybody to see what makes
All right,
sense,
well,
how to do this.
Then I would prefer, though, then to still invite any, and to help me create that agenda for that, so that we're really focused on the things that NYSRA members want to know about the youth, and then that'd be the council
Maybe we should do
discussion.
a survey.
Surveys.
Want to do a poll?
You like this poll thing, don't you?
Hey, how about one more poll as we're about to wrap up? Is this polling a helpful?
Who's in favor of polls?
I'm ready to swing on whatever we got.
Or is this what happens when the other co-chairs don't show up?
Oh, that's a low blow, Steve.
No, Chris. I think he was suggesting that you help keep things in order.
Oh, funny.
Poor Bill's still can't speak apparently. I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on
really.
there. He can't
Probably
defend
trying to
himself
dig
either, right?
All right, so I will seek to put a work group before the first meeting, which we anticipate will be the next meeting of this group. Typically is in March at the first, after just before the budget comes out, but after the legislative session, all that kind of stuff. So we'll look to do that. So I will send that out to everybody. Okay. And I shared the paper, or the paper, the CTE paper from the coalition. Just a couple of the highlights that are in there, so you have an idea, is that ensure that all end-of-program CTE assessments offer accommodations. It allowed for the use of performance-based assessments for CTE programs in lieu of standardized written tests. That we'd be working with industry partners to create curricula adaptable to the diverse needs of students. We encourage programs that currently use test scores as admission criteria to allow students to instead use performance-based measures such as grades or portfolios. That we dedicate additional funding towards program expansion in geographic or content areas where students with disabilities are currently underrepresented. Provide training aimed at helping the instructors more effectively work with students with disabilities. When we first embraced the conversation with the CTE instructors, the first thing that they were worried about was that they were going to be asked to dumb down the tests in order to make sure that kids with disabilities could participate, because that's their interpretation of what happens with test accommodations in the school. They didn't understand it. So there's some real education that has to happen there. Gathering and publicly reporting program-level data on rates of enrollment, increasing efforts to raise awareness among the students, parents, and school personnel about the availability and benefits of CTE. So we build the CTE program, but then nobody themselves or their family really believe that they can achieve these kinds of things. We've got to work it on both sides. And creating a statewide advisory group that includes parents, industry representatives, and educators to assess needs and help guide plans to best serve students with disabilities through CTE. I see that as a very strong potential cross-team approach between NIATEP and NYSRA at some point in the future. So I'll let you know. We'll raise this with the youth group that's going to come up now and talk about this stuff. So, and we have results. Is that what we were saying here, Michael?
Yeah, we were just noting that the. Go ahead, Caitlin. Why don't you release the results there?
Well, I had to poll and find out how many people really cared for Steve's polls, and 39% of the group that's on right now voted. They all do, 100%. So.
All right.
Well done, Tyler. Well done.
You can have a little fun.
I know, we can do some polls. Careful. One more time, Michael. Hit the page for me.
Go ahead.
And that's happy holidays for all of us.
Preview of our holiday card coming at you.
Really?
Yeah. We'll have to see the
One last piece we're going to show you. We're going to show you here. You all got it as an electronic copy. This is the employability toolkit for employers. OPWD initiated it and followed through with making sure that every other state agency that offers employment supports, the VR agencies, OMH, OASS, it's all in here. There's some more inserts that will actually get done. This is the final one. But it is going to be available to any business owner in New York State starting business, and it will also be sent to businesses that are in business now. And it gives them all the resources they could possibly need or want to understand in regards to hiring a person with a disability. It's a success that we're very proud of as part of NYSRA, APSI, the coalition, all the different member agencies of the Inclusive Workforce Alliance, in getting the businesses, getting the state agencies not to do a silo approach to this. Originally, OPWD wanted to issue it just for hiring people with developmental disabilities, and John Robinson, who chairs our Business Connect Committee under the Alliance, was able to convince them that maybe it would be a better deal if they actually did it all together, because while we would always love to believe that a company would first say, gee, I think I want to hire someone with a developmental disability when they're starting their business, chances are better they're going to call the Department of Labor and say, gee, I want to hire some people, and then they would be issued this and see all the good stuff that they can do. So we're pretty proud of this. The Inclusive Workforce Alliance has actually gotten its logo on the back page, so we're for real. So
That does make it legit.
yes, it does. It's kind of neat. Our first product, our first outcome that came of all of this. Desiree and Jim Scott are working on competency stuff that we're looking at for the culture change piece. It's part of Employment First, and Len and a couple of other folks are working on cultural changes, right? Cultural competency kind of stuff that we're going to work on too. So those are things that happen from the bigger picture in 2017. New York did not continue to work with ODEP. We were originally in the group to do that, but the funding from the federal level got cut, so we were kind of the last guys in, and we were doing things our own way, and they decided maybe that wasn't a good idea. So. Right, and one last thing, and I want to thank Desiree for reminding me to put this up, but there's a really neat paper, large, 96 pages, called Work Matters, a framework for states on workforce development for people with disabilities. It was issued by the Council of State Governments and the National Conference of State Legislators. I believe this may be son of Employment First. The way it is written, it is authored by the governor of Delaware, which is where Employment First began. And so I sent an email, Michael had sent to me, you sent to me, I sent an email to Andy Carhan and basically asked him, is this son of Employment First? And we have not heard yet, but my sense is that this is the next iteration to get people to start paying more attention to it. So.
Because the Employment First didn't work? Or?
No, it's a follow-up. It's the reinforcing and encouraging. There's a lot of stuff in here about who's doing what, how to do it, techniques and ideas. So really neat paper about what other states are doing. So when we look at the supported employment piece, you know,
can we circulate that? Or
yeah, it'll be out front focus.
Okay, good.
So national members will get it right focus.
Great, okay, that's good.
I think we covered it all, guys.
Anything else on the phone? Anything else that we should be thinking about for 2017? So we'll try to get a renewed focus on youth and make sure.
Yep.
We're going to have a work group to assist the people that are on the SEMP outcome payment group.
Yes.
To try to hopefully get us something that would be helpful to everybody.
I'm going to work up a webinar from Andy Carhan on NYS.
Right.
And I'm also going to get a hold of Doug Ruderman and get a commitment from him either monthly or bi-monthly to meet with a small group around the issues that they're having around HARP.
Right, a conference call type thing. Right.
Okay, and then if possible, I'll get somebody from Access VR to also do a webinar follow-up on the 14C as well as all the CRS stuff. So we've got 3 webinars coming up in the near future, which webinar meetings, not necessarily just webinar trainings. Okay?
Anything else we're missing, guys? Not happy holidays to everybody. We'll see you in
Great meeting.
2017, thank you.
Hey, Bill. All right, happy holidays, everybody.
Safe travels to your homes.
Thank you so much. All right,
Okay,
bye.
bye-bye.
Bye. Well, thank you guys for having me.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you all.
Safe travels.
I keep thinking, man, I hope I don't have a ticket, but